Look at that. Perfect timing for everybody. We are just about to start the second day of the draft up. I'm in a much better mood than I was yesterday, CK. I got to say, after hearing that Fatanu is staying at tackle and we're getting Dan Moore off the field, who, look, there's only so much you can expect from a fourth round pick coming in to start at left tackle in the NFL, right? So, don't necessarily fault him, but I am glad there's a solution to that problem. CK, after reflecting on the Jordan Morgan pick, your thoughts for your Packers here?
I wanted O-line. It wasn't Grant Barton, but it's the same idea. Just this versatile offensive lineman who could probably going to play somewhere on the interior. I'm assuming he's going to play right guard, which has to be better than John Runyon, having seen John Runyon play a lot of football. I liked it. I'm happy with my day one selection. I remember last year when it was Lucas Van Ness, I was kind of down in the dumps, so I'm a little happier than that.
Yeah. Look, nothing will ever be worse than taking Terrell Edmonds over Lamar Jackson, right? Like nothing will cap that for me. So,
yeah, well, mine is Kevin King over TJ Watt, so we all have one of those.
Yep. Yeah, I understand it. I understand it for sure. What do you think is, well, let's talk some fantasy first before the draft gets fired up here. So, just in terms of dynasty, you and I were having this conversation through text a little bit earlier today. But what are we doing with Michael Penix in terms of dynasty, right? Is this, does he go below? I know you have another one you want to talk about, but let's start with Nick Penix since he was 8. Is he at the bottom of the guys that were drafted last night because he's definitely sitting 2 years?
He is for me. I saw you put the poll in the league in the room, and everybody. I think I was the only one who voted for Bo Nix, but I'll take the chance on a starter in year one in a Sean Payton offense as opposed to a guy who, at best, starts in 2 seasons. I just don't quite get it. Do I like Michael Penix more as a quarterback than Bo Nix? Sure, I do, but he's not going to play. There's beyond an injury that we don't know about yet, and I'm not predicting on injuries. You're not seeing him this year, and we're not going to see him next year. So I'm drafting a guy and keeping him on my bench for 2 years. That's different. If you tell me that you did that with Jordan Love and now you're reaping the rewards, okay, but Jordan Love is still 24, 25.
You had to wait even longer for Jordan Love too, didn't you?
You had to wait an extra year in there, right?
Yeah.
So, and how many people gave up on him? I think I got him in a dynasty league for like a 3rd round pick a couple years ago because people gave up on it. So I probably will not have any Michael Penix based on the responses in that room because to me, he's dead last among all the quarterbacks that have been selected so far.
Right. And in the, we're not just basing skill, right? Like, because if it was skill, I would definitely take Penix over Nix. But the problem is that you have to, he's not going to, unless there's an injury, as you have stated, he's not starting for 2 seasons. I look at most even dynasty in a 3-year window, right? Because I've been in so many leagues that have shut down after a couple seasons. So, and how big are your benches and your roster spots? If you have a ton, maybe then you can afford, and your quarterback situation is fine, then you can afford to maybe grab and stash Penix. But what's the point in a 1 QB league, right? For most leagues, if it's 16 man, okay. There's a little more of a point. But if you're in a regular 12-man 1 QB league, there's no point to stashing a quarterback for years. And if you're in, even if it's a super flex, if you're in a league with shallow benches, there's even less reason to do that. So Penix is at the bottom of the list for me, even though I do like him over Bo Nix for an NFL team for fantasy. Bo Nix might be starting by week 5 or 6. Exactly. We can't possibly be trusting Zach Wilson to start the whole year, right?
No way. The only person who should be actively trying to draft Bo Nix is the owner of Kirk Cousins. If you have Kirk Cousins, take Michael Penix. If something goes down, you still have the quarterback in Atlanta, which I think it can't be any worse, right? They're going to have to be better. They're going to throw the ball more. But beyond that, I just won't have it. I'm not going to sit and wait 3 seasons to get any production out of one bench spot. Nope.
I am 100% with you. So here's another one. And this is what you initially had text me with is JJ McCarthy over Drake May in your fantasy rankings to start. I think I have to do the same thing. I can't put him ahead of Jaden because Jaden's, his
rushing
upside. The Cliff Kingsbury offense, even if he didn't have the rushing upside, is a heavy, heavy pass offense and might even match Kevin O'Connell's in Minnesota this season, who led the league last year in pass attempts with Kirk Cousins at the helm. But he's going to pass so many times. And yes, there is a chance that he doesn't start week 1. I get that. And Drake May is almost for sure going to start week 1. But I'll say this, New England liked the fact that Drake May was young, but they, even the current staff, and not just the Belichick era, but they really respect experience. So Brissett might start the year for New England as well. So I think McCarthy and May are kind of in the same, in terms of just their starting role, in the same position. They could easily beat out the guy in front of them. They could also easily be the backup to start the season. But just knowing what these offenses are, the fact that New England hasn't added yet, we expect them to add today, but they haven't added talent to the receiving room. And with McCarthy, you've got Addison and Jefferson and Hawkinson when he comes back. These are crazy good upside weapons. So to me, it has to be McCarthy over May to start. I like May more if I'm an NFL team, but as a fantasy guy, it's got to be McCarthy. Has to be.
Yeah, so I was tearing it out and I said, okay, I'll still take Caleb 1, put him in his own tier. He's got the weapons around him. It's not the rushing upside that Jaden Daniels offers, but I think if you told me he ran for 300 yards in a season, I think that's well doable. I think he could pick up, especially down by the red zone. I wouldn't be surprised to see him run in a few touchdowns. Then my tier 2 is just both Jaden Daniels, and I put JJ McCarthy in that tier. I'll put him in the tier 2. The Kevin O'Connell Minnesota Vikings offense, the 2 seasons that he's been there, has been in the top 5 in pass attempts both years. 37 attempts and 39 attempts. Let me remind you, that 39 attempts is with quarterbacks like Josh Dobbs at times last year, and they're still slinging the ball all over the field. Yes, he might not start right away over Sam Darnold. I can't imagine that lasts very long. I think that would be 4 or 5 weeks again at most. I'd have to look at I don't think the schedule's been announced yet, but not long. JJ McCarthy will be in there. You just mentioned it. They also add Aaron Jones, who's a great pass catching option, to the fold as well. So I have JJ McCarthy behind Jaden Daniels, above Drake May. And to me, it's closer to being with Jaden Daniels than he is to Drake May. I put Drake May down a level. We don't really know what the New England offense is going to look like. They brought in Alex Van Pelt to be their new offensive coordinator. I still think that team with Jerod Mayo is going to want to run the ball. And we've talked about, yes, they need to add more weapons to it. I expect that to happen tonight. But let's say that right here, right away, they draft Troy Franklin. That doesn't really move the needle to push him above JJ McCarthy to me. I don't think that would happen. So to me, I'm pretty set that JJ McCarthy will be my dynasty QB3 there.
Yeah, I think so too. So a little moving and shaking. We weren't 100% sure McCarthy is going to end up in Minnesota. And I would have this, I like McCarthy. I'm not as high as you are, or especially a guy like Thor, right? I'm not as high as you guys are on him, but he is a good QB. And this is what you read every time you read an evaluation on McCarthy. It feels incomplete because he didn't see enough snaps and all of that. So I would say there's more downside to McCarthy than there is May, but I just think that in the Kevin O'Connell offense, and look, maybe they brought in Aaron Jones because they're going to run the ball more. Let me ask you that. If the Vikings drafted like a couple O linemen and then another big running back, would you think maybe they're changing their offense because they're switching quarterbacks here? And would that maybe lead you more towards maybe not necessarily putting McCarthy behind May, but at least, maybe in an overall or something, making them a little closer?
I think it would drop the top end upside of JJ McCarthy. I don't think I'd ever get him below Drake May, but I think they want to be more balanced, but they've been so pass heavy the last few years that I think
he has just given up on the passing or the running games.
And I think they have to try to be more run bounce, because part of the reason that they've struggled to win games is when you just get into shootout after shootout and you don't have a secondary, that's your problem. You can't control the ball and they fall down. So I think they want to run the ball better. That doesn't surprise me, but I still think that team will go as far as they've invested so much in the pass catchers, right? The first round pick on Jordan Addison, first round pick on Justin Jefferson, traded a second round pick, I think, for TJ Hawkinson. You've invested so much into that. That is still where you're going to butter your bread there, so to say. So I think I like the upside with JJ McCarthy in that offense. And the common refrain is going to be, well, he's just got to get the ball out to his playmakers. And sure, but that can be fantasy gold in that offense. He can also run a little bit. I think I'm really excited for what JJ McCarthy could offer in that scheme.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. What do you expect the Bills to do here with this pick? Is this Adonai Mitchell? Is this Ladd McConkey? Is it definitely I guess, how surprised are you going to be if it's not a wide receiver?
I would be surprised if it's not a wide receiver. After trading Stephon Diggs, if they go elsewhere, I suppose it would be Cooper DeJean if it's not a wide receiver, and because they've had secondary issues. But I think that is it Khalil Shakir still there, right?
Yeah, and Curtis Samuel.
Okay, well,
and yes. Justin Shorter.
Yeah, I think they should take AD Mitchell. I think you should probably take AD Mitchell here because you need a number one, and I think he can be that. I would take him. I saw some stuff about them liking Keon Coleman more. I said I still like Keon Coleman. I'm still in. I like AD Mitchell more though, so we'll see. Man, there's just as many people there again to Nightbox.
Dude, there are. That said, I just saw a tweet that said Detroit is at capacity again. So another however many 100,000 people that look at that. Just a sea of blue. Can you believe there are this many Lions fans? How many of these people show up after the 0-16 season at this draft?
Ooh. A lot of fair weather 10%? Fans compared to then. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I mean, look, the team is investing money. They're playing well. Support them. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to support a crap product. I'll stick by that 100%. I know a lot of people say you don't boo your own team. Nah, you pay your ticket. You can go boo whatever.
That's right.
So, I think that's an elitist attitude is in my opinion, but looks like we're kicking off. Let's see how far behind. I'll
tell you when the timer starts.
Up on the stage.
I have a dynasty one for you because I have been debating I've said my concerns with Xavier Worthy. I don't think that's been unclear, but then I started plugging him in now to the Chiefs offense. So of course I put Marv ahead of him. I kept Malik and Rome ahead of him, but I pumped him ahead of Brian Thomas Jr. So I put him as the fourth receiver among the rookies. Is that where we're at right now?
That's exactly what I did. So I have started ranking my guys, only the guys that have been drafted.
Me too. That's exactly what I did.
And he is fourth to me. So I am right there with you. I think that's the right idea. How can we possibly trust what Jacksonville has put together on offense at all? Right? Like I did hear Sycamore and Connor Rogers talking about them positively. How they like Brian Thomas Jr. is a good wide receiver. And I think he will go to Jacksonville and immediately become the wide receiver one by the end of the year. Right. I think that's going to happen. But I mean, you have Gabe Davis, who's a vet. You have Christian Kirk. You have Evan Ingram. Travis Etienne's going to get a lot of touches. The ball is going to be spread out there. So, in Kansas City, we know once you get going in that offense, you're a big piece. It's Pacheco, it's Kelsey, it's Rashee Rice. Those are the three major pieces. Whoever else has a big game, anybody else can have a big game, right? But you take Rice out, you put Worthy in. I think he's the third guy now to this offense, and I think that's why they traded up to go get him. So, here's another take that I saw earlier. Nothing to do with fantasy, but do you think Roger Goodell should come up and, when the clock starts, announce the first pick as well, right? So team 2 starts on the clock. Team 1 never really is on the clock. They have the whole offseason to be on the clock, right? So all the Michigan fans are cheering for a Viking.
Interesting. I never even thought of that. But is this just all of the Michigan players? Is that what we're looking at here?
Oh yeah, it is. It's there we go. They're carrying around the natty.
Oh, that's what that is.
You know what? Not bad. I don't mind it.
No, it's
if
not
this
bad.
was in Cleveland, Ohio State would be doing the same crap. So
sure.
You know.
Is Rich that's right. Rich Eisen's a Michigan alum, right?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, that's why he's celebrating. I was like, well, okay.
There you go. Dude, my buddy Couch, my old roommate,
Mhm.
is a Lions fan and a Michigan fan, and he is loving this right now.
This is probably his favorite draft ever.
Oh, easily. Maybe the one where they took Calvin, but
that one was just don't mess it up, right? That one was just a simple do not mess this up.
Exactly.
Are we on the do we have the timer started here? Are we announcing it on the clock?
No, we're still. Look, for the record, for the people saying that I hate teachers, this is just as annoying as if teachers were up there getting a shout out. So I want the draft to start. I love that Michigan won and they're honoring them. Do it 20 minutes ago, not when the draft is supposed to start. All right. Do it not on TV.
So round 2, you get 7 minutes, correct? Round 2 is 7.
Yes, it is less, but we have rounds 2 and 3 tonight. So it's I think it's 7 minutes for round 2 and then 5 minutes for round 3. So
it's like Chad said earlier in the comments, day 2, this is where it's at. Day 3 is great. I said I'll be at work tomorrow, but for the real sickos, day 3 is awesome. But day 2, we're gonna see some running backs. What's your over/under on running backs we see go tonight?
3.
I was gonna say 3 or 4, somewhere in there. I think we get that number off the board tonight, which will be exciting. Ton of receivers. I bet you we see double digits tonight.
They're all like, I think it's gonna be real early. Now we got the timer. I'm at 6:39, 38, 37. You seen it?
Yeah, you're about 30 seconds behind me.
30 seconds behind you? All right, let me reset this. Hold on. Let me just see if I can reset this and get it at least a little close. I don't want to be 30 seconds behind. My God. Let's see. 30 seconds behind you?
What team we got up on the screen, Boggs? Is that the Bills?
I'm pulling it back up. Yeah, I got the Bills at. Oh, this is the stupid ESPN. I don't want this one. Hold on. Watch live. I see them talking to somebody. I got 5:53, 52. Am I still 30 seconds behind?
Yep.
I guess
I won't spoil it. I promise I won't spoil you.
Yeah, no, it's all right. I kind of like asking you if I'm right ahead of time, either way. So, what up, Johnny? What's going on, Rob, Braun, Chatty? Hey, yeah, Moyes, what up? We got all kinds of folks here. Appreciate you guys hanging out. This is, I mean, let's see Adnai on the screen, please. That's what we want. Want to see Texas players getting drafted. John Lobb is going to be joining us at some point. Ryan Wormley. I sent the invite to Eric Froton as well. So Xavier, I would expect to come in at some point here as well. So I am going to, hopefully it works this time, pop over to FP for a handful of picks to give Thor a little relief over there. That's going to be at pick 69. Nice. I'm going to leave after pick 68. So, or probably maybe like right before pick 68. So, to get over there and get set up. But yeah, that was it's real frustrating last night, but we are all
apparently set. It wasn't just you though. I saw a bunch of things that they had a whole problem the whole night, right?
Yeah, it was definitely like initially it seemed like it was definitely on my end, but it definitely was not on my end. So that was nice to at least see, because I got in with one of the producers today and I was like, let's make sure this works. Mm-hmm. And he said, yeah, just here's the link, try it. Worked immediately. No issue at all whatsoever. I was like, well, that is nice to know. I don't have to go hunting for a solution, but also very maddening because I was angry last night. But all good today. just hoping Jackson Powers Johnson can slip a little bit more. So, yeah, once
Pick
again, we're talking about the Bills. It's got to be a wideout. Shorter, Khalil Shakir, Curtis Samuel. I just want, at the very least, another outside guy. I want Shorter on the bench. Maybe you could put Matt Collins in that spot if you're going to, take an offensive lineman, or, corner's not great. Christian Benford, Rasul Douglas, Taron Johnson. They could use another option here. I do like, Kyrie Elam, who they took last season. They do need help, like Von Miller. What is Von Miller right now? Right. So
hurt. Always hurt.
Help on the edge and in the line as well. So like Johnny Newton is really good. So I wouldn't, like, if it's Newton or Cooper DeJean, I get it, right? It's like the value's too good, but they need a wideout. So I like Bron. He said, need a volume warning before Lob comes in, please.
Yes.
Hey, man, you would rather have this is what I always say about John. I'd rather have a guy too excited than, Eeyore. Oh, today we have the picks. Here the picks. It's gonna be Buffalo picking. Nobody likes that crap. Let's get some enthusiasm. Let's watch them take a Texas player. Come on.
Okay, here we go. You know that they're trying to stall when whoever that is was started to walk out of the tunnel. And then they told him stop. And he's just standing there staring aimlessly. Like, what am I doing?
Yeah.
Oh, now
they haven't stopped. Rich Eisen hasn't stopped talking yet.
Oh, well.
Come back here.
When it gets to that, just tell me. Like, they're just like, oh, yeah, got to kill some time here so we can time up these commercial breaks. Aaron Williams.
Too much analysis, more picking. Can't hear anything these guys are saying anyway. I just saw the thing.
The pick? Oh, you just saw him standing there?
Yeah. Hilarious. Oh, I actually just got it spoiled for me.
I don't mind it.
I think it's great. Mind it.
I've never really lost faith, even when everybody's super down on him and he can't separate. I think he's really good.
Yeah, me too. Keon Coleman. Yeah, that's a great pick, dude. So Keon Coleman, as you mentioned before, a dude that I like the comp here. Marquise Colston, DJ has. That's pretty good. A guy that doesn't separate well, yes, but he's enormous. He's 6'3" and a quarter, so he's bigger than every corner in the league. He uses his body to block out. He catches with his hands, and he's dangerous with the ball in his hand. Look at him jump right over that guy, right? Like he has movement after the catch. And look at this little shove off that you get just because he's so strong. Look at that. The catch radius is enormous. Dude, he is going to be fed by Josh. Yeah. This is a great pick. So we're taking Keon Coleman. So Buffalo at pick 2.33. Let me ask you this. Keon Coleman or Brian Thomas?
I'll take Keon Coleman.
Coleman or Xavier Worthy?
Trade. Hold on. Trade. Ooh. Who we got here? The Chargers trading up. Keon Coleman or Xavier Worthy. That one's tough. Probably Keon Coleman. I think Xavier Worthy is still, they're going to want to run the ball more. Travis Kelce's still there.
Yeah, and I don't
Keon
know that
Coleman.
Rashee Rice isn't going to jail, right?
No,
We kind of talked about that yesterday. We don't think he is. So if he's still around, now Worthy is 4, right?
Yeah.
Coleman might be
1.
1 or 2. Yeah, I mean, it's James Cook. I think is always going to be 1, but
I meant in targets,
Kincaid
but yeah,
maybe
sure.
it could develop into very, very good tight end. Just didn't get a lot of action last year. He was banged up, and then he started, and then Knox came back. So, but there's obviously way more receptions left on the table with a couple wide receivers gone. So, all right. So the Chargers are moving up. Oh man, watch them take Jackson Powers Johnson here. Move up to take another O lineman.
So what did we ever see? They were 4 picks away, and they moved up 4 or 5 picks.
Here it is. 34th and 137 for 37 and 110. So they move back 3 spots here, the Patriots, and move up 27 spots in the 4th. All right. Let's go to the Chargers here. Yeah, this is a problem right here. God damn it, this stupid ad. This is the issue. Right, yeah. Quentin Johnson, Josh Palmer, Darius Davis. Now, if Quentin Johnson had worked out, this wouldn't be a problem. But also, there's nothing on the bench either because this team had cap issues. So, yeah, this has to be a wide receiver.
I could see this being Johnny Newton.
Lad.
I could see this being Johnny Newton too.
Yeah. I mean, it could be because that's not great either. It's
no,
Una
it's
Ford,
not.
Ogbania, Chris Hinton. It's not great. So it definitely could be. That's one of those guys. I think here, maybe in the second round, it's still less imperative. But I know a lot of people say, well, you don't draft for need, you draft the talent on the board, and that is true. But if you're not addressing your needs in the NFL draft, you're foolish. So, but interior defensive line is also a big need for this team. And there are so many good wide receivers, and there's not that many great interior defensive linemen. So, Rolf Benirski.
Nailed it.
What? How do you actually say it?
I have no idea. I think you did just fine, bro. I think no one's going to question it.
That they're going to be like, no, the B is silent. He's foreign.
Chargers.
Lad McConkey.
I had him going in that spot just to the different team, but I'm going to take that as a correct. I'm taking that as a correct answer.
Yeah, look, the spot or the team, I think you can count both there. All right, so Lad, here we go. Now we're getting some fantasy relevance.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. Let's see. Just do this. I have to keep fixing this. Lad McConkey. All right, so let's do the same exercise. You're putting him over Leggett and Pearsall, correct?
Yep.
Brian Thomas.
I'll take Brian Thomas.
Coleman.
Oh, I'll take Coleman. I'll put him. He's right below Brian Thomas and right above Ricky Pearsall to me at receiver.
Okay, so that would make him. What would that be? 7?
Yeah, rookies.
God, he's good too.
He is.
Where would he be in last year's class? He'd be behind. Would he be behind JSN and Madison, and that's it? He's definitely
probably
Johnston.
Oh yeah, he's been ahead of Quentin Johnston. He might have been. I think he can do everything that JSN did. I don't think he's as good as Jordan Addison, but I think he could be everything that JSN. Because I think he's kind of like that, where he can win from the slot, but he can also win downfield. People don't give him enough credit for how good he is getting downfield. Another trade. We are getting him now. Atlanta.
Okay, so they're taking Newton. 100%. Grady Jarrett tore his ACL. This is 100% Johnny Newton.
Pretty sure Terry Fontenot wore that exact same suit jacket yesterday.
I wore the same hoodie yesterday.
I just noticed these things. I can't help it. from AZ.
This is yeah. It's wide receiver central right here.
35 and 186 for 43 and 79. Woof. So you get a 3rd round pick and 43 overall to move back a little bit.
I mean, the Cardinals need a lot, but why move back here? They should have stayed and taken Johnny Newton.
Arizona.
Boy, did you see that? You see that clip of Terry Fontenot and Arthur Blank having it out after the Michael Penix selection there?
Want audio on that clip so badly.
Yeah.
I want to know exactly what was said there.
Get John Boy in there.
Yes.
Get him on it.
I need that. I need somebody to tell me what was said in that clip. I know.
Ooh, okay. You know what? I kind of get it for the Cardinals now. You move up.
That's a lot. That's in capital.
Yeah. Hell yes. That's another pick today. That's an extra pick today.
Yeah. That was Jacksonville's pick originally. So that's now Arizona.
So the Steelers trading up for Keon Coleman didn't work out for me from my mock. So
they're going to get 80 Mitchell Boggs.
And they're going to get JPJ. Let him keep falling.
I had Keon Coleman going to Vegas or New Orleans. I think that would have been a good fit too.
Yeah, I mean, Keon Coleman is good in most spots here. So are you... Man, that would have been a good spot too. Anywhere you put him is in a good spot. Would that... but you're happy that he's with Josh Allen and not with Derek Carr. I know that. So...
Yes, much so. For fantasy, it's a better fit. Yes. The one that still makes no sense to me is the fact that Xavier Legette got picked by the Panthers at the end of round 1. I just think that is such a range fit for what they need.
Yeah.
You want to get somebody who can get open in a hurry to help out Bryce Young. And yes, I know you got Deontay Johnson who can do that, but you basically drafted Jonathan Mingo 2.0, except you drafted him higher.
You think Mingo gets traded today? I think that could happen. Or not today or tomorrow, whatever. Just in the process.
It's possible. Yeah. I think we'll see some players get traded today. I kind of hope we see some players get moved today.
I think we're going to see a Niners wide receiver move. And I think it's going to be Debo.
Yeah, it sounds like it might be Debo.
Because Pearsall fits better. I think Xavier was right when he said Pearsall's the perfect complement to IU. So... All right, so they're calling somebody. Now Arthur Blank. I definitely wasn't yelling at the GM yesterday. That's what he's saying. Is that kid wearing a Texas jersey? What is he wearing? That's a Drake London jersey, huh? Like jersey. Let's see the pick here. What's going on? I hate being so far behind. It's because I'm on Fubo.
I will tell you that we had the position right of defensive tackle.
Oh, wow. And it's not Newton? Newton's got to be, he's got to have injury concerns then. Oh, man. They didn't realize Andre Rison can't read. He's having a struggle.
In his defense, it's like the toughest name to say. In his defense.
Boy, that was a big old pause. Rook. Oh, shit. All right, Rook goes. Johnny Newton has to have a medical red flag.
The foot thing must be worse than the foot must be worse than we thought.
Yeah, it has
Jones fracture.
It has to be. Rook is going to come in and help stop the run immediately. He can get to the passer too, but he is just an athletic freak. It's what they needed. Grady Jarrett is coming off a torn ACL, right? And then who else is on this line? They have David Onyemata playing nose tackle here. Rook is going to take that spot. You slide Onyemata back out to 3-4 end, I think. So Eddie Goldman came back. I do like that for them. That gives them a big body up there for when Grady Jarrett is missing time. But yeah, I like this pick. I think it's fine. Maybe it's a reach over Newton, but Newton has to have some type of injury concern there. So Washington up now.
This is
Jonah Ellis.
Jonah Ellis. Wow.
Let's see.
I'll say Kingsley Suamatea.
Kingsley Suamatea. Yeah, they could use a tackle too.
Help out Jaden Daniels a little bit here. Get some offensive line help.
Are we? This might be. How good would Troy Franklin fit in this offense? Straight line speed.
He would be good. I would like that. I think it'd be great. But they have some serious concerns. We saw so far they've just taken Jaden. They have 2 picks right away here, though. This is theirs, and then they get the Giants for Brian Burns coming up here. So 1 edge, 1 offensive lineman is where way I think they go here.
Yeah, I think you're right. I wouldn't hate to see Patrick Paul there either. They're going to pass a lot.
Yeah,
big left tackle could help.
I think you're talking about JPJ. I don't think he makes it past Carolina. That's where he should go.
I'm okay with Frazier too. Like if one of those guys falls to Pittsburgh, I'll be ecstatic.
That's who I gave them. Look at me.
Let's do it. I just didn't think he was going to make it. I had JPJ going at 16, and then I thought Frazier was going to go to Carolina. That's where I had him going. So we're both in the same book here. But this is Tyler Biotish is the center here, so he's definitely not going this pick.
No.
I got this pick spoiled for me as well. It is not a wide receiver. Also, not an O lineman.
Not an O lineman?
If this is, saw it on Wikipedia, so it might be.
Wow, the wiki is on it tonight then. Whew.
Yeah, I think whoever's updating that is going on Twitter. So it's not Cooper.
Which one? Not the one that the Packers are taking, right? Either one of the Cooper or the Packers.
It's not either Cooper.
Okay, that's fine. Either of the Coopers can end up in Green Bay in 10 minutes or whatever, 20 minutes, and I'll be happy with that.
I'll just say, I guess we were incorrect about stuff. So,
oh boy, now I'm really getting excited here. Let's go. Who is that? Oh boy, now I'm really getting excited. Let's go. I wonder if they've ever been turned down where they called up some quote unquote legend and said, "We want you to announce the pick." And he's like, "No, I got better things to do that night."
I bet you. For sure. There are plenty of guys that are retired and they're like, I don't want to do this crap. I want to just sit at home. I bet there are plenty of guys that retire and don't even watch. They don't care anymore. Not many, but I guarantee you there are some. I bet it's tough for a GM to not watch the draft every year. Balaga is announcing for the Packers.
I did not see that. That would be, he could say Iowa. I'd be happy with him saying Iowa, as long as it's not some offensive player.
Darryl Green. Darryl Green would probably still be closer to the fastest man than the slowest man in the NFL if he ran today, I bet.
I bet you that's true. So why does he get a jersey? Does he get something special?
I don't know what it is.
He gets his hat. He gets a special jersey here. Oh, put the jersey on after you announce the pick. Come on.
It's I forgot. Is round 2 where we get like every team's charity or whatever? Is that what it is?
I don't know. I don't remember.
They're retiring his number. That's what.
They are? The Commanders are?
Yeah. That's a good move. That's a good PR move. Get people in the stadium, to celebrate the old teams. Smart move from new ownership. You see who it is yet?
I did not. The bar from their old ownership was set very low on smart moves, so does not take a whole lot there.
Yes. Understatement of the century.
Okay.
We're 40 minutes in, and this is what, the fourth pick?
Yes. Because we have to have these dissertations
He is actually putting on the jersey.
I told you. And then we have to have a long speech. Just announce the pick.
Too much pageantry. Was I wrong?
You were not wrong.
Am I incorrect in saying too much pageantry?
Just show me the pick. You got nothing to do tonight. I don't have anything to do tonight, but I have to go to work tomorrow.
Total cringe, Sean. It's unbelievably cringe. Just announce the pick. Texans are going to have their first pick coming up here. All right. Nope, a little more. Got to talk about Detroit.
I see it. It's not an edge, but maybe he's not hurt.
That's what I was saying. Like everything we were saying is wrong. I guess they just liked Rook for his size, because Johnny Newton is undersized. But also, like, I guess you're making a plan of Payne and Jonathan Allen at some point leaving. I kind of like Ridgeway and Mathis behind him, though. So this is one of the few positions not of need for the Commanders. So I guess I'm just a little surprised by Johnny Newton because of that. But I mean, if you're talking about BPA and your roster is bad, like Washington's is, then, I get it from that perspective for sure. So let's go. There you go, Newton. Johnny Newton. Is that Josh Newton? Is that his cousin or brother?
I don't think so.
I know there's another Newton in this draft.
There is, but I don't know if they're related. Where's the
excellent hands, torque, power, finisher? I mean, just motor. This guy gives everything he's got every play. You love it. God, he was fun to watch. I bet Illinois unders so many times this year. Look at this dude. Monster. Good pick. I can't believe he didn't go in the first.
I don't think they're related. Johnny and Josh, don't think they're related.
No,
did some research. Related. Just brought up the beast on my computer, and pretty confident that in that case, if they were related, I would have known his like sixth cousin once removed. So
right. Would have been would have noticed. I was like, well, it's obviously the big dude, but the smaller dude looks like he might be playing too.
Like this, right back here to the podium, like this.
Well, he just had 20 minutes of Darryl Green talking about his number, so pick is in. Let's go. Troy Franklin to the Patriots, right? That's my guess. They need speed. Gotta have speed.
Well, was the right position.
All right. Wide out. Who's the big man here? Michael Onwenu. That's my guess. They need speed. Gotta have speed. Oh, Michael Onwenu did go to Michigan. I forgot.
Did you get the pick yet?
Not yet. Here it is. Polk. All right. There was Polk versus Adonai. Adonai still on the board. Polk over Adnai. There was that prop today. All right. Polk is good. So you just need to add talent. What did Polk run? Is he super fast? They need so much speed here.
He ran a 4.52.
God.
Here's who I think Jalen Polk is. I think he's Cedric Tillman. And that's not a compliment.
It's not. It really
not a compliment.
Is not. So he's at the bottom of your list then, huh?
He
of the wide receivers?
Probably be above Xavier Legette. But
so you don't like Legette that much?
I don't know. That he'll be down in that range. I'll have to actually flesh it out. But Jalen Polk he'll be below Ricky Pearsall, I'll tell you that. So
he played a lot in the slots, a lot of snaps in the slot, 222, but he was mainly an outside guy. Low drop rate, over 50%, actually the highest of any wide receiver selected in contested catches, 54.2%. Who is it? Hold on, let me go back to, I need to freeze these rows. Columns. Freeze the columns. All right, let me go back to this. So Polk, good contested catch rate. Brian Thomas also 53.8%. Pearsall 50. Actually, Roma Dunze, I didn't realize 75% contested catch rate. Dude, 28 of 21. Let's see. Crazy. Missed tackles forced. He did have 15. Roma Dunze had 15. Malik Neighbors had 30 missed tackles forced. Nobody else had higher than 15 that has been drafted yet. I think it's those two guys, I think, and Malik Washington. Malik Washington had 35 missed tackles forced. Where was Corley? Only 15, surprisingly. But yeah, so New England getting another slow wide receiver. It's definitely what they need. Don't need speed at all. All right.
What about you? Are you putting him above Ricky Pearsall?
No, I have him at the bottom.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, he could be the number one wideout for New England, which is nice. And Pearsall will not be the number one wideout for New England or for San Francisco. So there is something there. I would understand it if you put him ahead of Pearsall, especially if the Niners don't trade anyone. I would put him ahead of Pearsall. But I am working under the assumption that a wide receiver gets moved. Because if they don't, okay, well, we know Christian McCaffrey is a number one and number two in that offense. And then you have Ayuk and Debo. You're not above those guys, rookie. And you're not above Kittle at all. So, yeah, I mean, they're trading somebody. I'll give you a third-round pick for Debo right now. Tennessee, who do you think for the Titans?
I think that they...
Damn it. I saw it again.
What'd you say?
I saw it again. The pick.
I'll say Junior Colson. They need the linebackers badly. Am I in the right ballpark or no?
It's defense, not Junior Colson. You're going to be surprised a little bit, I think. Not shocked, but you will be surprised.
Just keep Junior Colson on the board for
a strong feeling Green Bay is going to snipe who I want. Who do you want for Houston, Bron? You can say their name. You're not picking. I guarantee you that Green Bay is not watching this feed. So,
and I don't have any inside ability to tell them. Sorry, Bron.
Chad might.
Chad
might know a guy that knows a guy.
Cooper, Kool-Aid, Colson. Come on, Packers. Yep.
You seeing it?
He does. I did not see it yet. I'm seeing Charles Davis and Rich Eisen and friends just hanging out, talking while I watch the clock tick down in the background.
I'll have to have you tell me when pick 68 comes up because I'll probably need to bail then since I am behind on this podcast here. Rams might be moving up there, they're saying. Rams with who? The Panthers?
Just to say what?
Panthers need to move back. Washington has that's it. That's exactly what it was. Panthers move back again. So I'm guessing that next LA pick will go to the Panthers then, the one right after Pittsburgh. Who are they moving up to get the Rams? A corner? Is it Kool-Aid?
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Or Cooper DeJean.
Yeah.
Braun wants Cooper.
Ooh. So he didn't. The off-field stuff did not get in the way here.
Yeah, more Texas players. Savondre Sweat. His stupid ass Warren Moon. Nobody cares about you. Shut up and announce the pick. Announce my Texas guy. Can't get away from Texas, can you, Warren? You don't need to be Braun. He's a dick. Make him sweat, Tennessee. Dude,
I like
Savondre Sweat next to Jeffrey Simmons.
I was just going to say, I like that. That is quite the interior of the defense there. You know where their priorities are at.
Sweat. Let's go. Make them sweat, baby. I love it. Look at that. Look at the size. Make them sweat. Oh, get off me, Bo Limmer. Go one-on-one. You kidding me?
From Carolina.
Look at him one hump the TCU center. That might have been Steve Avila right there. Let's go. So make him sweat. The big boy gets drafted.
Yes, he does.
Love it. All right. So the Rams are moving up for Cooper, right? That's all what we think.
I would think so, because first round you got Verse. I can't imagine what else you'd be moving up for, unless you really want Chris Jenkins to replace Aaron Donald, or not replace, attempt to replace Aaron Donald.
Yeah, no one's replacing him, but yeah, I don't hate that. What do you think about Verse, because they play outside linebackers? Mm-hmm. Sigma pointed out that Versus PFF grade with his hand in the dirt way better than standing up. You worried about that at all for Verse?
I'm not.
They're not
yet. I'm not.
The Rams aren't. So
yeah, I think he's really versatile. I think he can learn how to do it better. I think he'll be fine.
So here's another. This is Johnny Newton again. Why aren't we going to? Yeah, that was weird. Do you see that? They're like, here's Johnny Newton getting drafted again.
Wrong camera. Isaac Bruce.
The Taylor Swift fans are singing "Shake It Off." Why are we watching this? And they need to
never have enough
together, Grouch.
Can never have enough Taylor Swift if you're the NFL. She just brings in so much more revenue for you. They're just like, oh yeah, we'll get Taylor in here. I'm surprised she's not announcing a pick.
Ooh. Yeah, seriously.
Ooh.
Didn't they break up, Kelsey and Swift?
I have no idea. I'm not up on my Taylor Swift love life. Just haven't not kept up on it. I know. Disappointing.
Only on deep fakes.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
All right, what do you got for us? Fisk. All right.
We had the spot, right?
Yeah, I mean, immediate playing time.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Because you have Bobby Brown and Kobe Turner. I mean, they're all rotational on the interior. So he may not start to begin the season, but he was very impressive. And I know he got his big push came at the Senior Bowl. I think the Rams had a lot of I think they had a lot of people.
No, they traded back. Sorry.
So Philly's up here. That's Cooper. Philly's up here. Wait, the Packers didn't trade back though, right?
I think. Isn't this their? Are they one more?
No,
back
Philly.
Oh, okay.
No, they're after Philly. It says now.
Okay. I
Relax.
For a second.
Calm down. But they did jump in front of you to take Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, they probably did. Can you imagine the starting from where they were?
You know what? No, they didn't, because they took Quinion Mitchell last night.
I mean, you could take it double down on it.
That's true.
Why not?
2 rookie corners starting. That's kind of tough.
I don't know if I want them starting, but I'll find a spot for that. I remember the year when the Packers.
Says his Kelsey Swift calendar says they don't break up until November. So
thank you for updating us, Sparrow. Way to keep on top of the important things. Thank you. We need someone around here to do that for us. So this was Washington's pick, right? This was the Montez Sweat pick.
Yes.
Bears that went to Washington, right?
So wait a minute, Philly and Washington traded then?
I think so.
Washington now is 1 pick in front of Pittsburgh.
Okay.
I mean, the Eagles need to add roster spots, so I guess I can go to Wikipedia and see who it is. I don't really want to, so stupid commercials. So many commercials. What do you got? All right, let's hear everyone's ranking between the wideouts here. Give me in the chat. Give me your ranking of Worthy, Coleman, Thomas, and Ladd. How are you guys ordering those dudes? The guys immediately after Harrison, Neighbors, and Odunze. I want the of the 4: Worthy, Coleman, Thomas, Ladd. That's Worthy in Kansas City, Coleman on the Bills, Brian Thomas on the Jags, and McConkey on the Chargers. How are we ranking those guys? They could all be number 1 wide receivers for pretty good QBs, dude. You know, Mahomes, Josh Allen, Trevor Lawrence, Justin Herbert. So it's had a line calling out Tony for being bad at football on the new album.
Taylor Swift gets ball. Taylor Swift knows ball. If you can call up Kadarius Toney.
Well, she just knows Kadarius Toney sucks, and that's true. He was so good at Florida too. He was so good.
Him and
Kyle it's not Pitts so much that he sucks in the NFL. It's that after he makes a mistake, he dwells on it. Just get over your stupid mistake, dude. Who cares? So who else would it be if it's not Cooper here?
If it's not Cooper here, I would
say Edgerrin Cooper instead of Cooper DeJean.
They brought in
Kool-Aid,
so many
TJ Tampa.
Kool-Aid could be Kool-Aid. They still do need a third receiver. We've said it before. They really do need a third receiver. They're
going to take Adnai here to be third.
Take AD Mitchell, Devonta.
Oh God,
Devonta Smith, no. AD Mitchell, and AJ Brown.
I had them taking Corley. I thought he fit the best because he plays the slot, and you know that'll give Jalen an underneath option to take the ball and run with it.
Packers move back. It appears that the Packers have traded back.
So the Packers did trade with the Saints. Now the Saints are taking Adnai.
So this trade here, the Eagles traded up for 40. They gave up 78, or the Eagles gave up 50, 53, and 161 to get 40 and 78.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
They really want whoever this is. That it's Cooper.
Troy Franklin.
That's who you're saying, Troy Franklin?
Could be. If it's not Cooper. If it's not Cooper DeJean, who I really think
okay. All right. God, I hope it's not a wideout. This is too early for a wideout. For that team, they have Saquon's going to catch the ball 100 times. You know, you have AJ Brown and Devontae Smith, Slim Reaper. You've got Dallas Goedert still there. 40th, 78, 152 for 50, 53. God, I give Washington 2 picks here. I don't know. That is interesting. I feel like we're seeing more interdivisional trades. Why are we watching a middle school dance? Oh, it's all Michigan players coming out to announce today. Here's Brandon Graham. Y'all got an extra 5th and a 6th, Chad says, to move back.
So we got picked. We gave up 41. We got 45. Yep, 168 and 190. Are we up to 15 selections, Chad? Are we up to, I think 15?
Y'all don't need that many. Brandon Graham. Dallas sucks all day.
Idiots.
Dallas sucks all day. All right, Brandon. Announce the pick, dude. I heard Brandon Graham is the best smack talker in the league.
It's an important skill.
Definitely is. Cooper. All right. That makes sense to move up to get Cooper because they don't have many needs. So you package picks, you move up. Oh my God, he looks like a little kid. There is not even a whisper of facial hair on Cooper.
So do we think? What do we think? He's gonna play safety?
He's gonna be Tyrann Mathieu, dude.
Yeah.
He's gonna move all over the place.
Yeah.
He's gonna be a weapon for sure. I like it. It's a great pick for them. For him falling, I mean, they get Mitchell and DeJean. This was the problem with the team last year, and they have fixed it. Look at that. I mean, it is fixed. All right, so New Orleans up next, huh? Wasn't New Orleans already short on picks? Yeah, Moji, you gotta love that, right? You gotta love it. All right, New Orleans.
Troy Franklin? I said it.
Yes.
AD Mitchell?
Adnai.
AD Mitchell? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I want. I mean, he's perfect complement to Chris Olave. Cooper looks like Zach Wilson's evil twin. I like it, Moise. Kind of does.
That's a good one.
I think Zach Wilson looks like the evil twin, though. Like if we're saying evil on one side, I think it'd be Zach Wilson. But man, Cooper is good. Good player, man. It's a good selection. And
Saints.
Yep. Who is this he's comparing him to? Roman Harper?
It sucked.
Let's see, man.
Barrow, the Rams have picked twice. They took Jared Verse yesterday, and then they paired him up with another defensive lineman in Braden Fiske. So you got Jared Verse on the edge, and then you got Braden Fiske to attempt to replicate some of what Aaron Donald offered. I like Kool-Aid. I like Kool-Aid to see New Orleans.
Kool-Aid. Yeah, that is a good pick for them. They definitely need some help. I am surprised it's not a wideout. Although I do like A.T. Perry. I don't hate him not losing value.
I like Rashid Shaheed, too. I like Rashid Shaheed and A.T. Perry. I think are pretty good receivers for him.
Yes, I agree with that. I think Shaheed is a bit of a one-trick pony. Like he's just your downfield, take the top off guy.
But he's good at it. I think he's better at it than I think Gabe Davis gets a lot of hype for being good at it, and he's not. And I think Rashid Shaheed is a better downfield threat than like Gabe Davis is. Or
I think Gabe Davis is faster, but he doesn't catch the ball. Like it's you know,
an important part.
The parachutes don't go off, John, what's the point, right? Like exactly. Apollo 13. You know, if you can get open and separate, that's great. But if you can't catch the damn ball, who cares? Be a corner.
That was a good reference.
So
that was a good reference. The Apollo 13 quotes there. I'm impressed.
It was on TV the other day and I watched it. So Packers Twitter is pissed. Let them be pissed. It's fine. All right, here come the Texans, Johnny. Jackson Powers Johnson, Zach Frazier still on the board, but they took Juice Scruggs in the second last year. This is something that CK and I have thought that they needed to do. Who's the guard? Mahogany, right? Or not Mahogany.
Christian Mahogany? Christian Haynes?
Haynes. Yeah. I think he would be a good pick to replace Kenyon Green, but they took him in the first a couple years ago. So because they spent picks at these positions, I don't think it's going to be that. I think it's going to be corner. I like TJ Tampa here. I really like Lassiter because he offers a little versatility. So New Orleans getting Kool-Aid is pretty good. That's Bama guy staying in the South. I
had Houston getting here.
Who is this? Christian Harris. God.
I think that's such a great pick.
I haven't seen it yet. I'm behind.
Okay. I will not spoil it then. I think that's such a great pick.
Lassiter. That's who I had. That's who I had for them, I think.
I had Kool-Aid going here and Lassiter going to the next pick to Arizona. So I was one off.
I had Kamari Lassiter and I had Adisa Isaac as their next pick at 59. Nailed that one. There we go.
Kool-Aid.
Patient. Yeah. He's a perfect complement. Now you have Stingley and Lassiter. And I think they'll move him back too. They'll let him roam a little bit too and play the ball. But guy can tackle too. I love this pick. I really like this for Houston, Braun. Brad Hoover, what's going on?
Kool-Aid McKinstry went to.
All right, Arizona Cardinals.
Yes.
I think the Cardinals take Adonai. I think they add another wideout, just like what we saw Philly do, right?
Double down.
Yeah, and Gannon is from, that team. So, but it's definitely, well, I shouldn't say it's
Troy Franklin.
But you like Troy Franklin? Okay.
If you're going to get another receiver, I think you go Troy Franklin here. Player evaluation.
You just can't have like Michael Wilson is good. Michael Wilson is good, but he isn't. You can't trust him to stay healthy. So, yeah, dude, I like Lassiter a lot, Braun.
Yeah.
So, I think that's a really good pick. I'm a big Lassiter fan. TJ Tampa gonna go here soon as well. The corners and wideouts are going today. Let's see.
So far, it has been all corners, wideouts, and defensive tackles. That's the entire second round. It's
no linebackers, no running backs.
Nope. No offensive linemen. Nope. Nothing. Just running back or just wide receivers, corners, and D tackles. That's awesome. What about
Sandstrill, Rakestraw, Brownlee?
Who's the center for Arizona? Is it Froholt still? It is.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I guess he's good enough. I guess that's probably good enough. You don't have to take JPJ.
I mean, that's not a bad pick either, though. Or Frazier. You fix the old line. But I think edge rusher is a big need for these guys. So who do we have left? Because a lot went yesterday. Trice, Jonah Ellis, Booker, Adisa Isaac, Braswell.
I do like Braswell.
Marshawn Nealand, Gabriel Murphy. That's probably
just take Mo Kamara. Just take Mo Kamara.
Take Mo Kamara, a 5th round pick. Take him in the 2nd. That would be a Cardinals move.
It would be. They do love their weirdly shaped players, and that to get the most out of them.
Well, Barrow, I think I think it's possible. Raheem Morris is a very good schemer. That's why he got the Bucks job so early in his tenure, right? Like he is a very good coach. So it will be tough to replace him, but you gotta have the talent on the field, and that's a big part of it. I think he did a great job of you heard me talk about it all offseason last year, Barrow. I thought the Rams defense was going to be atrocious. I was super excited about Cooper Kupp and Matt Stafford because of that. I thought you're gonna have to play point for point. I was also a little worried Stafford was going to get hurt again. Because you would have to. The old line still needs to be fixed, I think, a little bit as well. So Rams did a great job last year making the playoffs with the roster they had. So I personally, I would expect regression. Now it looks a little more empty than it was yesterday, right?
Looks a little more what?
Empty. Not as many people.
Yeah.
I think some people
starting
left.
to fill out in the back. Just starting to thin out in the back. Okay. We have
Adonai, we're happy to have you. Not what they're saying. We love you. We always wanted you here. We were debating between Marvin Harrison
room?
and you.
Marvin Harrison, AD Mitchell, and Michael Wilson. Just have these
Trey
three
McBride.
massive, and Trey McBride. Just massive receiving options for little Kyler Murray.
Yep. Let's do it.
I like it. Yeah.
3 of their 4 wins came against playoff teams, the Cardinals, and the Steelers were one of them. It's hilarious to think that they beat 3 playoff teams, and it's also hilarious to think the Steelers made the playoffs.
Only a true fan can say things like that.
I mean, it is. Kenny Pickett and Mitchell Trubisky and Mason Rudolph were the quarterbacks last year, and the Steelers made the playoffs.
That's why Tomlin's the longest tenured coach in the league right there.
And people want him fired.
Yeah, they're idiots. Those people are morons.
I don't understand it at all.
Those people are morons.
I wouldn't, last year I wouldn't have hated it. Oh my Lord. Here's the big man. You know why he's going up there? You know why they invited him? Hook him, baby. Say it. Say it, big man. Let's go, Leonard.
Yes, he is, Braun. He is still a massive human being. Yes, he is, Braun. He is still a massive human being.
There they are, all 9 of them.
All 9 of them. Like that pick, too.
Max Melton. Wow. They need a corner.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little surprised he went over TJ Tampa, though.
Yeah, he struggles so much. He struggles in tackling. That's where he shows up. 12 missed tackles last year.
Yeah. I mean, but he can cover, and he can make a play on the ball, too.
Yeah.
I am surprised he went over a couple guys. I mean, look, the Cardinals need so much help. He's instantly a starter.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this. Look at this. It's him versus Starling Thomas. So it's definitely him, right? Garrett Williams can stay at the nickel. Sean Murphy Bunting, they paid. He's going to be their outside guy. I think Keitrell Clark is going to move down on, passing downs and stuff. Oh, the pick is already in for the Raiders here.
So who is it that they want so much that they sprinted it to the mic?
I don't know if teams are even sprinting at this point. I think it's that we're far behind because of all these stupid ass commercial breaks. Because after they did 20 minutes of Darryl Green putting on his shirt and stuff, the next guy for the Saints went up there and didn't say who he was and just read the pick off. So because after they did 20 minutes of Darryl Green putting on his shirt and stuff, they're going to take Jatavian Sanders.
Nope. You're going to like this one. This is probably one of the best picks we've seen all night so far.
Oh, wow. Okay. I like that. It's not an offensive play. It could be a running back. Guard Jackson Powers Johnson, he said.
Mm-hmm.
So he's gonna play guard for them.
So who we got at center for the Raiders?
Now he's gonna play center.
They're gonna
because they signed Cody Whitehair to play guard. Parham. Let me look real quick. Because let me see what these guys graded last season.
Well, Whitehair graded terribly because I looked at that the other day. I don't remember how low it was, but it was low.
Okay, so Whitehair was 73 of 79, but they did just sign him, so yeah, maybe. 36 of 79, Parham. And then Andre James was a top 10 center last year. He ranked 9th, so I guess they are going to play him over Whitehair. So he's going to move to guard. That's kind of a waste. F you, Raiders.
He's taking snaps at every spot, so it's just the classic take the best guy there. I think it's a good pick.
It is a good pick. It's fine. I hate that it's, a center off the board because I want Pittsburgh to take. Now I want him to take Frazier. I was hoping he'd fall. But
hey, Chad, who do we got here? Who's your prediction? Because they're walking in the mic right now. I would prefer Junior Colson, but I'll settle for Edgerrin Cooper.
Will you?
Yep.
I hope to make me look like a genius and take Newbin.
If they take Newbin, you would be a genius because we all the Packers fans let you know that we're like, no, it's not going to happen. No, it's not going to happen.
You don't like a safety that can tackle and make plays on the ball? Come on, Goody.
We like that.
You can say who it is. Yeah,
it's Edgerrin Cooper.
Edgerrin Cooper. All right, so we got a
linebacker.
All right, I like it for you guys. That is huge. Because that really was the only hole on the roster, right? Is linebacker.
That's the biggest hole that they got left.
I think corner is an issue. You could still
another
fix
secondary
that.
player,
right?
But
Edgerrin Cooper is like
you're going to put Edgerrin Cooper next to Quay Walker, right? And the new 4-3 here with Jeff Hafley taking over.
Some dummies.
Going to play the weak side. I'm excited for that one. That's one that I've liked a while. Him or Junior Colson, you get one of them. You trade it back. Okay, I'm cool with it.
Patrick Queen. I like the comp to Patrick Queen. I'll say this, like Patrick Queen took a couple years to get going. He really wasn't good until Roquan showed up in Baltimore. And the Steelers paid him, so I hope he's good now. But the instincts, man, and the speed are unbelievable on guys like this. And that's the same, this is right out of the Quay Walker playbook, right? Because Quay Walker was inexperienced at Georgia, and they took him, and he has had some enormous games. So there goes Coop. I thought maybe Peyton Wilson. Oh, the Panthers are trading back up.
So this trade.
Again?
So this trade is. They get 46
for
52, 142, and 155.
Who did they trade with? The Giants? Or not the Giants. Who was up?
Colts and Panthers.
Colts. Okay. So the Colts. That's good for the Colts. They needed to move back. What is this? Carolina's second trade up? They're taking Frazier.
They moved up to get Xavier Legette, so yes.
They're taking Frazier.
You think so? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. Hopefully not.
Okay, I gotta update my sheet here. Spit it out, Muhsin Muhammad. Let's go. What are you doing, man?
This Moose is also another Michigan player. Yeah, he's still talking.
Ooh, now this one's interesting.
All right.
Oh yeah.
I saw Moose filibustering here. Coach Saban. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Every person you know you've mentioned. Great. Come on.
I'm waiting for it because when he happens, all of you who at home know what's going on. You know how excited he's
Yeah.
going to be. There it is. There it is.
Yeah.
There it is.
Oh, perfect. He is the starter by the end of the year. No doubt.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I kind of like that. I don't know if I ever gave them
it.
a running back. Well, because I never expected them to be picking here, but I like that move for them.
Ah, great move. I guess maybe I'm just I don't know. Maybe my internet's weird or something because John said that I'm way behind him and he's also on Fubo. Let me shut this stupid thing off and figure it out. But yes, JB, first running back off the board, as he should be, going to a team with a crap offense that he can help. But this is like also, Leggett may be a bad pick for them, right? Maybe he doesn't work. And I understand that. But you have to help Bryce Young. You help him out, giving him weapons, throwing the ball short to a guy like Jonathan Brooks, I think is a very, very smart move. So, yeah, I love it. Let's go. Maybe it's because I'm on Roku. Maybe that's how I'm so far behind.
Vegas took Jackson Powers Johnson, right? Yeah. Then Green Bay.
JB, let's go. All right. Jonathan Brooks. So Jonathan Brooks, for those of you that don't know, he was obviously overshadowed by what pick was that? 46?
That was pick 46, yes.
He was overshadowed because Bijan was there and Roshan was at Texas as well. So you had two running backs ahead of him the year before he broke out. So him going here is a surprise because going into the season, like I did a CFF draft, I took Cedric Baxter, the freshman that was highly touted. I took him over Brooks, and then I took Brooks later in that draft. So no one really had a clue that it was going to be Brooks, taking this job and running with it, no pun intended, but he absolutely did. He had a ton of missed tackles forced. What was it? His elusive rating was 140.3. Tyrone Tracy and Bucky Irving, I think, are the only two guys. Keelan Robinson, but he had 28 carries or whatever. So those are the only guys with a higher elusive rating. 63 missed tackles forced in 11 games played. 63. Isaiah Davis had 80, but he played for South Dakota State. Where'd that? Let's see. Bucky Irving had 69. Nice. But he and Audric Estime had 64. But those guys both Estime by 1 game, Bucky Irving by 3, played more games than Brooks. And I think Texas making the playoff goes different if very, very different if Jonathan Brooks is around. By the way, Kamani Vidal, 94 missed tackles forced last season. Incredible number. He's playing for Troy, so it's lower level, but I am Texas players going. All these guys going ahead of Adonai, though. Where the hell is Adonai going to go? Hopefully.
And Troy Franklin.
Oh, my God, dude. Adonai's still on the board, and the Steelers are 4 picks away.
Just remember, PG show here that we're trying to run. No taking your pants off.
No promises.
Remember.
This is how you get kicked off YouTube. I'll say this. I love Adonai for my Steelers. if Frazier's still there, I want Frazier. I love my Longhorns, but
it has been a Longhorn second round for you. What have we seen?
Yeah.
That's 3, right?
And the one that's ranked at 27 on
still
DJ's board. We're still waiting for him to go here at pick 47. Dude, this could be him going to the Giants.
Sure. It should be.
It should be.
Malik and Adonai. Now we're talking.
Dude, absolutely.
Let Daniel Jones cook.
Seriously. And you, Jalen Hyatt. Give Jalen Hyatt, a runway and a little separation.
Then you have all 3 of it. You got your deep threat, your underneath guy in Malik, and then your big target in Adonai. I kind of like that. Just let us be GMs. Fire Joe Shine. Hire us. We got here. Tiki.
Tiki? Meh. Isn't Tiki kind of a dick, or is that Rondé? I know one of them's a douchebag.
Really?
I think it's Tiki.
It is a player we recently discussed.
Did a wideout?
It is not a wideout.
Corner?
Nope.
Tyler Newbin.
Correct.
Yeah, they needed a safety. In my mock, I gave them a safety. Who did I give them? I gave them not Cam Kitchens. I had given them Jaden Hicks. So yep. I like this pick.
I gave him Cam Kitchens.
I gave Seattle Cam Kitchens. They did a top 30. And I think they met with him at the combine too. Seattle did. So
I think I gave Kalen Bullock to them. So we're all like in the same thing. I gave Tyler Newbin to the Raiders. So
much discussing what these teams' needs are.
Yep. We spend enough time that we start thinking alike. So yep.
Boom. Yeah.
I like that pick too.
Dude,
you got to replace Xavier McKinney.
Yes. And when you have that crazy defensive line now effing up people, you have Brian Burns and Dexter Lawrence, Kayvon Thibodeau, Azizu Jalari. You have so much pressure on the QB. I think it's smart to add to this defense. And you had to replace Xavier McKinney. And right now it's Jason Pinnock and Jalen Mills. So that's a day one starter on this defense. I love that pick. Really good pick. All right, who's up next? Jacksonville.
And the pick is in already.
What did Jacksonville take earlier? They took. Oh Jesus! They already have it on our lads right there. You see who it is?
Mason Smith.
Yep. I guess.
Yeah.
I'm 19 minutes behind. You know, I'm actually, since I know this pick and I don't care about the Lions, I'm going to reset my Roku and see if that does anything for me. System restart. See if that does a single thing for me, because I hate being this far behind. We'll see. Who's up next after Jacksonville?
Cincinnati.
Boo. They took Amarius Mims. Mason Smith, real quick. I heard he was going to be picked today, probably in the second round, which is surprising. But, I mean, it is a spot that they need, but I thought they needed edge more. So
the interior was, I got to think here. So Josh Allen's on the
Eric
outside.
Armstead, Roy Robertson Harris, and was it Fadokasi? I think maybe. I just clicked away from it to go to Cincy.
Jeremiah Ledbetter, Adam Gotsis they signed. Yeah. Add in Mason Smith. Why not?
Speaking of Adam Gotsis, that's who I was thinking of. But speaking of the Bengals, how about Trey Hendrickson potentially getting flipped?
They have so many issues on that team now between him and T. Higgins both wanting out.
I'm seeing the cons right now. and Doug Peterson. Now the crowd.
Yeah,
Probably
you're still
way
pretty far behind.
God damn it. Come on.
I'm seeing Goodell.
Man. The corner. Enos Rakestraw is what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense for them. I will say
you can just tell me who it is when I
kind of like the idea of I gave him Trey Benson here. Losing Joe Mixon?
Yeah, they signed Zach Moss though.
I know. I don't know if Zach
I just
Moss
think the corner's just so bad. I would address that before running back.
Cornerback is a much bigger need than running back. I completely agree with that. It's being announced by the president and CEO of the Urban League of Greater Southwestern Ohio.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. It's being announced by the president and CEO of the Urban League of Greater Southwestern Ohio. It is Chris Jenkins.
Chris Jenkins.
We were just talking about him too.
Yeah, that's not bad. They do need help on that interior here because it's, BJ Hill, Sheldon Rankins they signed, but these guys have not worked. So getting some size up there, I think, is a smart pick.
I just wish he had more actual production. He's always in the backfield, but he had less than 5 career sacks.
Yeah. And John, no, she didn't go to Michigan, but Chris Jenkins, who they picked, did go to Michigan. So
that's true.
Michigan ties all over the place here.
Okay, that was pick 49.
All right. Back to the Washington Commanders, who will have quick picks here. Yeah. Yeah, because these were Philly's 2 picks I kept making in every mock draft. That might be 2 defensive ends, or it's a defensive end and a corner for sure. TJ Tampa's still on the board, man. Dude, we got one team to go through to get Zach Frazier. And they signed Tyler Biotish. They're not taking Zach Frazier.
I don't think you have to worry about them taking a center.
What's that?
I don't think you have to worry about them taking a center. I think this is Braswell. I'll say Braswell here.
Yes, Braswell's a great pick. Defensive end, edge rusher, whatever. Trice, Braswell, Jonah Ellis, whatever it is. And then Zach Frazier to Pittsburgh, obviously. I would settle for TJ Tampa, but I'd prefer Zach Frazier. If Gates goes here, I'll give someone $10. I'm
going to spoil it for you again. This is a cornerback. Yeah. Remember what they did last year when they took a cornerback? They went for the smallest corner they could find. Yeah. So instead, they said, I'll get another smallest corner I can find. And this one I like, Mikey Sanders still.
Slot guy. That fits. Who's their current slot? It's Quan Martin, who you move back to safety, right? Because he is a safety. Mm-hmm. So you move Quan back to safety. You have some depth here behind Forrest and Butler. Jeremy Chin's actually going to start. I don't know why he's on the bench here, but Jeremy Chin will start over Percy Butler, most likely. Santa Rastil.
I love the way Mikey Sanders still plays.
He's a dog. He's for sure. I like the comp of Antoine Winfield Sr., who was a true corner.
That's so
Antoine
good.
Antoine Winfield Jr. is the safety. So I like it. Look at him knock this ball out. Zach Frazier. I'm conjuring it. It's like Beetlejuice. I mean, come on. It's Arthur Smith, dude. It's Arthur Smith taking over. You have to have a good O-line. And you keep that defense on the sideline and gassed up with TJ Watt and Alex Smith and Cam Hayward. I mean, work that O-line, man. That's what I want. I would be fine with Adonai or TJ Tampa. That would be okay. But I want Frazier. They like Hunter Norzad, though. The
you
center
get him
for
next
Penn
round if
State.
you want. Ooh, pick is in. Didn't
All right,
trade.
let me see this one.
I won't say. I will not tell you a thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna be way behind too, guys. So don't put it in the chat, please. They better not be going any goddamn commercials here.
That I will tell you it does do.
Damn it! Why is it always before my pick? It's because there's so many Steeler fans watching. 1,609 days since OSU beat Michigan. Wow.
Yeah, to announce the important things.
Yeah, that's a tough sign. If you're an Ohio State fan. Oh, this is aggravating. Like Omar Khan said, he said every 10 minutes was the most agonizing 10 minutes of my life till Troy Fatanu fell.
He said that? Oh,
Yep.
it's good.
Because I guess they were trying to trade into the top 10 because they did not think he would fall. So
there was a lot of reports of teams trying to trade back. I saw one that Miami offered their first round pick next year to get back into the end of the first round, and no team would give it up because they wanted to take. Oh, who was it? They said
Haruka Rororo.
No, I think it was Wiggins actually. I think I
they're
saw that they
trading
wanted
up
Nate Wiggins.
and not taking a goddamn defensive lineman. What are they thinking?
Yeah, but I saw a couple of things about we were trying to trade and it just didn't develop, and I don't know. I do not understand that for Miami. So they're coming up here shortly too. We haven't talked about them yet today.
Yeah. Cleveland still hasn't even made their first pick. And they're up in a couple spots here to take Junior Colson.
That's fine. Packers got their linebacker. You can take him.
Yeah.
Packers got their
Have
linebacker.
all the linebackers you want. We don't care anymore.
That's right. Now I got a linebacker.
Is this the Tomlin weird defensive back pick that I hate every year? Who's the weird defensive back where they're going to take on and be like, eh?
Who is the weird defensive back that you're going to be and about? I'll say if it's a defensive back. Cam Hart.
Oh, not here.
Andrew Phillips? I like Andrew Phillips.
I wouldn't hate Andrew Phillips, but if it ain't Tampa.
DJ Tampa's the one. What about DJ James? You like DJ James? I kind of like DJ James.
I don't. He's like Turner to me. Just fast. I like Tampa. I like Rakestraw and Brownlee. Those are my guys here. But yeah, I'm getting a Walmart cat commercial. A Walmart cat flea collar commercial instead of my pick. That's what I'm watching right now. And this guy just lets his cat outside. All right, come on.
Okay, it's back. I will not spoil a thing for you.
I got it back too.
Good. Pat Fryermuth. Penn State guy in Michigan land.
Pat Fryermuth is announcing the pick. It's gonna be Hunter Norris had 3 rounds too early. Come on. Tell me Zach Frazier. Big money, no whammies. I'm not looking at the screen. Not looking at anything. I see the guy in the luchador mask. I got to be more than 30 seconds behind you now because I'm just seeing. I don't like the way Pat Fryermuth is limping out there. Yeah, right, Muth. Yeah! Let's go! Yes! Fix the whole O-line.
Oh, I love it.
Let's go. Let's run that damn ball. Yes! Let's go.
My guy. It's a night of greatness together here now. We're all happy. Everybody's overjoyed.
Glad I didn't look at my phone because Fitz texted me. Yes. Love it. Let's go.
It's a great pick.
Look at that. Yes.
I had that one right.
I love it.
Not that was hard, but I had that one right.
5-minute delay, totally worth it. Yes, thank you, Aaron. I'm guessing it's because I'm on a Roku. That's the only thing I can think of, because I have crazy fast internet.
So this is the Colts, right? From the Rams?
Yes. Okay. Yes, sorry.
No, it's okay.
All right, let's go to the Colts now. I'm over here watching Zach Frazier pin people.
I mean, that's something important. Oh.
Ah, man. Love it.
How about that new O-line in Pittsburgh?
Dude, Fatanu with Broderick and Zach Frazier over the last couple of years with Siamalu and James Daniels at guard. Fix that O-line. Let's go. You have 2 third-round picks, too.
Who'd they get an extra from? Or was it a Philly one, right?
It was a comp.
It was a comp pick? Okay.
So excited. I'm getting sweaty in here. Who was it that was drafted yesterday that had the big pit stains?
I don't know.
Somebody late. I can't remember who it was. All right. So what is Indy doing here now that I'm, over the moon with my pick here?
So far, they've only made one selection. It was Latu.
It's got to be corner. This is Tampa.
Tampa
or
makes
Rick
a lot
Straw.
Of sense here.
Like this is what you need. You have to get Dallas Flowers to the bench, in my opinion.
Yeah, Tampa makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah, so just a corner would make sense. They don't really have issues on the O-line. You do need somebody to replace Blake Freeland, because Blake Freeland is the reason they lost to the Browns last year. He just couldn't block Myles Garrett at all. So replace, an offensive lineman wouldn't hurt either, but I think we're getting a starter here. It's got to be a corner. Zaire Franklin. Did Zaire Franklin go to Michigan?
I don't think so. I don't remember him going to Michigan.
Zaire Franklin went to...
Ooh. So I'd mock this all the time for a long time. Yes. Just in the wrong round. The wrong round. But I had said that for a long time. He makes a lot of sense for them.
Adnai versus Alec Pierce in camp. I love that.
I love that idea of, so you got AD on one side, you got Pittman on the other, and you got Josh Downs in the slot. I think he's great in that fit.
Adnai. So you put him over Polk, you put him over Leggett.
Oh yeah.
Pearsall. I do.
Yep, I do.
Can't put him at a lad.
Probably not.
Because Pittman's the number one there. And you still have JT. You see a lot of JT.
So no, I'll probably take Ladd over him. But I think yes, over Pearsall, over McConkey, or over Xavier Leggett. Yeah. Jalen Polk.
Let's go. Evan Carter hit a bomb.
I don't think I have Evan Carter on any team.
Is that his 5th already? It's not bad.
I'm going to the Brewers game on Wednesday next week, Tuesday next week.
Nice. Like That's awesome.
Yeah, so we'll have to record we're going to do a wrap-up podcast this year, everybody.
Yeah.
So we'll have to do it maybe Thursday or something.
Yeah. No rush on that. Ooh, look at Adnai. Look at Adnai. Look at this. Love that pick. More Texas boys.
Latu and AD Mitchell.
It's not bad. That's 2 first-rounders.
Not bad. That's not bad at all.
Let's go. Anthony Richardson to Adnai. Look at all these weapons for the kid.
I hope Anthony Richardson stays healthy.
Me too.
So do my fantasy teams. I had him on a lot of dynasty rosters. I made moves to get him on some dynasty rosters. So
all right, back to the Commanders here. We've got Daniels, Mikey Sandersill, and Johnny Newton, they have not addressed edge at all. And they haven't addressed wide receiver at all. So it's got to be one of those. Troy Franklin, Roman Wilson, Jermaine Burton would fit very well. So would Javon Baker in Washington.
I like Troy Franklin with the Cliff Kingsbury offense.
But I'm going to say Adisa Isaac.
I was just about to say Adisa Isaac.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll think
that's who I mocked him. I mocked Adisa Isaac there. Yeah. Yep. I think, or maybe that was the Giants. I definitely gave them a bunch of edge rushers. I gave Washington. I gave them Chop in the second, but I didn't have them trading back for 2 picks here. I gave them Booker in the next round.
I gave him Roman Wilson in the next round.
I gave Roman Wilson to Tennessee.
Joey Ortiz. Okay.
All right. So, what do you guys think? Are you guys putting Adonai over Pearsall and Leggett and under McConkey? You guys think that's the right spot, or do you want him higher? I think you can't put him over Ladd because Ladd could easily be the one in LA. I don't think Mitchell's the number one. I mean, he might work to that spot, but I don't think he's the number one immediately because Pittman's the number one. And you have JT. They don't have, I mean, we know they're going to run the ball a ton in LA, but they don't have the running back yet. They're probably working on getting one.
For a real life perspective, I love the fit of AD Mitchell. For a fantasy's perspective, it's not great. But with Pittman, with Josh Downs, and then you said you have JT inside the 5-yard line. You're gonna use Anthony Richardson, I'm assuming, if he can stay healthy, to pick up some rushing touchdowns. But I think it can work. I'm kind of excited to see what the Colts offense looks like. Should be good. Yeah. Yes, I agree with Barrow that Anthony Richardson needs to learn how to run and slide out of run instead of run how to slide. Yes.
Don't break that collarbone.
No.
Not again.
I broke my collarbone when I was 7. It was the 3rd day of summer vacation.
Oh.
I spent the entire summer in a sling.
Yikes.
It hurt to put on my collarbone. Yeah, it sucked.
Yeah, I had a fracture in my elbow in 4th grade. So no collarbone though.
Most painful thing I've ever broken are the ribs. It hurts to breathe. It's so bad.
Ooh. Yeah, no thanks. Kidney stone.
Oh, well, I had that too, and that is a different type of pain.
Yeah.
When you used to talk about the kidney stones, and I was like, oh yeah, I believed you. Then when it's not until you experience one of those.
Whew. Yeah. So I hate saying that because it's a weird thing to say, but it is, it's very elitist. Well,
yeah, I've had a kidney stone. Just like I'd like to share off. I had a kidney stone.
You should never want it. Don't want it.
You do not want one.
I wouldn't. Well, I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy, but I probably would.
Darryl Green again. Just make the pick.
No, not Darryl Green again. Is he giving the King's speech again?
I hope not. I think he's going out. He's already got the jersey on. We don't have to wait. We don't have to put it on this time. He's already got it on.
Probably going to trade up for another pick too. Well, they have the 3rd pick in the 3rd round, so hopefully Darryl Green will be done by then. Ben Sinnott. What?
Always said he's like Chris Cooley. Who's got to get him on the team now?
Who is Chris Cooley in Cliff Kingsbury's offense?
I don't know. I don't quite get the fit in the offense. I will agree with that. Who was there? I mean, early on in the process, I gave him Jatavian Sanders a lot. But then you're the one who pointed out, yeah, they don't really use a tight end. And I agree. I don't know.
Well, they have Zach Ertz. They don't have a blocking tight end on this roster. It's John. I guess John Bates could do it, right? Cole Turner, Armani Rogers, converted quarterback. Like this is a package pick, right? This is a short yardage package pick. This is a goal line package pick. So Ben Sinnott is Sinnott, however we're saying it. Ooh, look at that. Jesus Christ. He's going to be touchdown dependent, I think. I don't like it for fantasy. I don't hate it for the Washington, but I really don't like it for fantasy.
Yeah, so. No interest.
Tough.
Here we go. Pick. Cleveland
is Josh around? He might be on a different planet right now.
McKinley Jackson.
Ooh, McKinley Jackson. Is that the pick or is that?
No, that's my prediction.
I'm going to say Junior Colson.
Yeah, like that one.
It'd also be really funny if the Ohio State school took a Michigan guy. It'd be hilarious.
In Michigan? That would be good.
Rob said, I broke my ribs and couldn't wipe my butt. And it was the Friday before the Pats-Eagles Super Bowl. Complete nightmare. Yikes.
Sorry, brother.
Why is Cruella DeVille giving their pick here?
Cruella DeVille.
What's wrong? Do you leave your Dalmatian coat at home, lady? Barrow. I like that. He said, reminds me of the Simpsons quote when Bart breaks his leg and he says, I'm going to miss my whole summer. And Homer responds, don't worry, boy. When you become a grown up, you'll miss every summer. That's true.
That's depressing, but true.
Michael Hall.
Had the position right.
Ohio State. I said Michigan guy, and they went for the Ohio State guy. So,
I said tackle. They went to the defensive line.
Yeah, I like Michael Hall. Michael Hall's a good kind of tweener, you know.
A little undersized.
And Cleveland added. I don't think I pulled him up here. I was still on Washington. Still buzzing over Zach Frazier, of course.
I had Michael Hall going to Tampa Bay in 2 picks. Darn.
Oh, did he?
So close.
I think I had Miami taking him.
I have Miami taking Cooper Beebe.
It's not bad.
It's not bad.
Not a bad pick at all. Yeah, so Michael Hall, it's Dalvin Tomlinson, Shelby Harris. Harris is old. Tomlinson's kind of a one-trick pony. This really says to me you're taking a DT in the second, your third round DT. Ika was so bad last year. That was just a swing and a miss. So, Josh, what do you think of Michael Hall? I think it's a good pick for the needs of your team because you don't have many. I think maybe linebacker. Josh, what do you think of Michael Hall? I think it's a good pick for the needs. Yeah, you guys need help on the interior too, Guthrie. Bad. It's Billings and Dexter, right? Andrew Billings, the dude that fell in the draft because of medicals.
McDaniel is such a goofy dude. He just is so weird.
I have a friend that looks a lot like him.
Really?
And it reminds me of my buddy every time. I mean, my buddy is like the 5'3" version of Mike McDonald. So, or
McDaniel. Who is that?
Is this an O lineman?
Yeah, I said I like Cooper Beebe here.
Oh, you still haven't heard it? Okay.
No, I haven't seen it yet. I was just the guy that they sent out is Richmond Webb, who I wasn't sure who it is, but he is a massive human being.
He must have been from the. Is he the last living member of the undefeated team? Or whatever.
Could be. O-line. It's the wrong O-lineman.
O-line. Kingsley.
Close.
Good Lord, he is enormous. And he is old, too. Ninth overall pick by the Dolphins in 1990, Richmond Webb. I don't know why I don't remember him.
Mm-mm. Go ahead.
Patrick Paul. That's a good pick, but they need interior more. But are they going to kick somebody inside for this? This is, let's see. I like Patrick Paul.
I think they're going to eventually he replaces Armstead, right?
Yeah, I guess. It's interesting that Patrick Paul, I feel like he's one of the most pro-ready guys in the draft, gets to sit and wait. I mean, Armstead does games, but Patrick Paul had just a shade under 3,000 snaps at left tackle. Like, he is experienced as a lineman. You remember him from Tecmo Bowl? That counts. Yeah, Patrick Paul to keep following would have been nice. How about the Cowboys here?
Cowboys running back. I say, I'm going to say Jalen Wright, but I've been locked into that for a while. So Trey Benson, Jalen Wright, not Jonathan Brooks. That was a popular one because of the surgeon did his surgery is the same surgeon as the team surgeon for Dallas. So I think it just has to be a running back. If it's Blake Corum, you could have the shortest running back room ever with Deuce Vaughn and Blake Corum. Just hide behind all the linemen.
I don't think it's I think it's an O-lineman.
You think it's an O-lineman?
I still
Cooper
think
Beebe?
It's well, it could be Beebe, but isn't what's his name still on the board? Haynes still on the board too.
Well, they got Guyton yesterday, right? So we think that Guyton's going to play tackle right away, and Tyler Smith stays in at guard.
Yeah. So it would be a center then. So Guyton is starting. I thought maybe Guyton wouldn't start. I mean, our lads hasn't been starting. Who knows what the Cowboys are going to do? This pick will tell us if this isn't a guard, if this isn't BB or a Haynes or Mahogany or one of those guys, then they probably are starting Guyton day one on the blind side. Don't know if I like that, but it's a lot of on-the-job learning. They probably are starting Guyton day one on the blind side. They don't need secondary help. Linebacker they could use. I wouldn't hate a Damone Clark replacement, but Overshone didn't play at all last year. They took him in the third. He tore his ACL. I think that's the plan. So defensive tackle.
That works too.
Oh man. I can't wait till it's Dwayne Carter.
Hey.
Come on, Dwayne. I can't wait till it's Dwayne Carter. Oh man.
Why are we wasting every minute here? Come on.
They must it's something about getting to 8:00 by the end of this round or something. I don't know. I guess the third is going to go much faster.
Yeah. Was it 59? No, it was 69 you had to leave, right? I was saying. I didn't let you know about that. 69.
Next commercial break, I got to take a leak, though. Get a drink.
I'll hold it down.
All right, Cowboys. What are you doing?
How about them boys? How about them boys?
Why are they taking all the time? They're the only team that is taking all the time. It's because all those guys are like, Jerry, you can't take Johnny Manziel. All right. He's been retired for a while. Picks by school: Texas 5, Alabama 4. When was the last time that happened? In the 70s? My God.
Michigan's had what? Michigan's had 3. Mm-hmm. Washington's had 3.
Yeah, they've had. I mean, Washington's going to have 1 million by the end of the draft.
He's in. Let's go.
And Christian Jones is probably the next Longhorn. All right.
Oh boy.
I know Ryan Wormley is going to jump on the host of the Dynasty Pod after I'm back from FP. Lobby said he's going to jump in at some point. Not sure when that is. We'll get Lob. Braun, you'll have to turn down your headphones there. Yeah, I mean, what are the Packers going to take Tanner McLaughlin and then Chad's going to lose it even more? Chad's going to get so much shit if he's bad, if Jordan Morgan sucks. Chad's going to get so much shit if he's bad. Jordan Morgan sucks. Let's say Chad Henne. Like one of these dudes is in the nicest suit he's ever bought, and the other guys are in jerseys.
Bought it just for the show, too. You know it. You tell he's just Justin touching his tie. It's like, I don't like wearing this. Bought it just for the show. You tell he's just touching his tie.
Houston with another pick here soon.
Did you see that they're going to sign Zeke?
Yeah. I don't hate that.
No, I don't hate it.
They need a back, so yeah. Zeke wasn't terrible for the Patriots last year. He's not good. He definitely can't be the main back.
Signing Zeke does not prevent you from taking a running back here, right? That's the thing.
What's that?
Signing Zeke does not prevent you from taking a running back here.
Absolutely not. This guy still. Have you seen the pick?
Nope, I have not.
Dude,
he's still talking.
I got another minute and a half of this guy talking. Let's go. This guy still. Have you seen the pick? Nope. Oh my God.
Just go. It is there. We got it. And it was, I don't think any of the positions we said.
You can just say who it is. I don't want to wait another 20 minutes.
Marshawn Kneeland.
Kneeland, okay. Defensive end. Give them a little help there. I don't mind that at all. Yeah, I mean, that's a good pick because it is a little thin there. Like all the depth went to Washington. They all followed Dan Quinn to Washington. So behind DeMarcus and Parsons, it's Fayoko, who they took in the 4th last year but got hurt and didn't play. And then Sam Williams, who is a good player. I like him, but you got to get some more. So I like that pick of Kneeland. Good pick. Look at who it is. Turn your volume down, Braun. It's our boy John Lobb. Johnny, what is going on, my friend? So happy to have you. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you, my brother?
Doing great.
Good to see you,
is here with us too.
Good to see you too, man. How you been?
I'm good. I'm good. But we did not get the Dallas Cowboy landing spot that we wanted, huh?
Not
you
yet.
didn't want Marshawn Kneeland. You wanted a running back.
Not from a fantasy perspective, that's for sure. But
all right, John.
hopefully we get that 3rd round running back, right? That's what we all are dreaming.
We'll see. I mean, they signed Zeke today. So
no.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? I got to watch him slog for 3 more yards on 1st and 10 another year. Zeke up the gut, 2.5.
Yeah, hey, look, at least the old line will be better.
We
there's
hope.
that. But also, John, it could mean Deuce Vaughn gets a legit shot to start.
I mean, right now, isn't he second on the depth chart, right? Rico Dowdle. Oh, no, I guess Zeke. I guess it depends where you put. Rico Dowdle, Zeke, and
Malik
Deuce Vaughn,
Taylor,
right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. How about the Bucks taking a running back in this spot or a wide receiver? I could see that happening. Apparently, John, by the way, I am like way behind on the picks. So I'm like 30 seconds behind the broadcast because I ditched DirecTV. So I'm being punished here, but edge rusher.
In my office, I don't have a TV. The TV's in the other room. So I just moved over. And when you're at the mercy of ESPN Online, I seem to be behind the Twitterverse or the X, I should say. I find out who gets picked on X, then I wait for ESPN to update, which is just like the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. Like what?
I tell you, the wiki has been really quick on it, John. The Wikipedia has been so fast. So,
oh, really?
Yeah. They're scouring Twitter just like you. I thought maybe you were updating it. If that's how you're doing it there. So, John, tell everyone where they can find you, what you're working on, where your shows are now. Just let everybody know where they can find you.
Oh, thanks. So first, thanks for having me on, gentlemen. And I love the second day of the draft is, in my opinion, more interesting because there's going to be a lot of players in this round that make an impact. But you can find all my written profiles. It's the 11th year that I published. Prospect profiles there on playerprofiler.com. And you can see the video breakdowns that we do on the rookie big board on YouTube. We have 28 players up there. Plus we have some sleepers and stuff like that, mock drafts. So it's only from a fantasy angle. I watch linebackers for fun, but I don't grade them and figure them out. It's just more just to enjoy football, you know?
Absolutely. Great. Love it. Yeah. John is
definitely
an expert. He's been doing it for a long time. He's the man. So I got a couple questions for you before this pick comes back up, John. Let's just first talk about quarterbacks for Dynasty and where you have them ranked, right? Because it's Caleb. I have Jaden too. CK and I were discussing this earlier. We're both going to put McCarthy at 3 ahead of May because the landing spot in Minnesota under Kevin O'Connell is so much better than it is in New England for Drake May. I said this before. If I'm in the NFL, did John disappear? We lose John? I think we lost John. Oh, his internet died. Boo.
Hopefully he hops back in. I want to hear his answer.
I bet he'll pop back in.
I love
his. I gotta hit the restroom real quick.
Okay.
Stupid commercial. Oh, there's John. Okay. It's not. I see him in here, but his picture's not coming back up. Interesting. Let's see. Can we hear him? There he is. There we go.
There we are.
I'm sorry. Friday night, the whole family's home. My grandmother lives. My mom. The kid's grandmother, so everyone's probably online, and
I got you.
Slow down there, so apologize.
No big deal.
You were asking about the quarterbacks. Obviously, Caleb Williams in my book is a number one. There's no the Bears for all of their mistakes. Maybe they have finally gotten it right at this point. They're giving the young man an opportunity to be successful. The pass catchers, including Cole Kmet, even DeAndre Swift, the depth at the running back position they have right now, there really is. This is a really nice opportunity. You know, Scott, I know you're a Steelers fan, but like Ben Roethlisberger landed in such a nice organization. that he didn't even have to throw the ball for 2 years, right? They just ran it and played defense. And he was able to grow into being a star Super Bowl winning quarterback. Now, I don't think the Bears are anywhere near the level that those Steelers teams are, but the point is they're giving them an opportunity to be successful. So I know, Scott, you watched him a ton at USC. I know CK did. Mm-hmm. He's got all the skills and traits. I mean, the football, he can spin that ball. He can avoid the pass rush. I think he should be a very good quarterback at the NFL. So he's number one. I don't know if this is going to be contrarian or not. We'll see as this process moves along. I have JJ McCarthy at number 2 now.
Okay.
I'm sorry. The landing spot is too good. Yeah. The one thing that I've taken advantage of, and I've done a lot of thinking and looking around and researching, these quarterbacks, you can't put them in disaster spots, gentlemen. JJ McCarthy, if there's no other reason to succeed, his name is Justin Jefferson. I mean, even the darkest light bulb in the circuit can figure out to get the ball to Justin, right? When Jefferson's not open, he's open. Just throw him the ball. But he's got a good coach. I think their line was in the top 5, and we can argue if PFF is, and we all have different opinions on PFF, right? But their offensive line in Minnesota was very good. He still has Jordan Addison. So, Chris, you're excited about something. What happened that you're all pumped about?
CK is Javon Bullard is the pick for the Packers here, and he wanted a safety real bad. So
big Packers fan here. Javon Bullard. I love it.
It was Braswell to the Bucks.
I was thinking there was some good fantasy player that went.
No. This was the makeup for the fact that we didn't draft Brian Branch last year at safety. So now we got Javon Bullard this year to make up for it. So I didn't mean to cut you off, John. You're doing great.
No. I understand. Hey, we know the game is won on the defensive side of the ball as much as it on the offensive side. Packers are loaded on the O. They don't need, they need players on the defense. So that's awesome. So I'm going to go JJ McCarthy, number 2. He's not dazzling with his running, but he should give you a 300-yard season on the ground, which we like those fantasy points. He should give you 3 or 4 rushing touchdowns a year. So, those all add up. I mean, I think we've reached a point in fantasy. It's very hard to have a 0 in the run game at quarterback. What do you need? 32 touchdowns and 4,000 yards to be top 12 if you give you nothing on the ground. So you've got to have something there, right? I mean, if you get 50 points floor from your quarterback, you're in a much better position. So, and I had McCarthy pre-draft number 4. I liked him, but, there was some experience. I think he has growth. But if you're going to land in a spot, that's the perfect spot. Then I'm going to go Jaden Daniels. I'm not a Cliff Kingsbury guy.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a perfect match.
But it is it's a pass and run system. Kyler Murray was very successful in it.
Yeah, so Kyler Murray, now I don't think he hit his ceiling under Kingsbury. I just think he was so good. He was productive fantasy, and that's what we want, right? So I do think he's going to be productive in the Commanders' offense. See how productive. But, getting Ben Sinnott in the second round, that is a nice little player.
I hate it. I love Ben Sinnott, but he's a package player for them in Kingsbury's offense, isn't he?
So I'm wondering, look at what probably. I had a bet he's probably a package player. But I think he's too talented, Scott. I just think he's going to work his way on the field. And we have Terry McLaurin and Jahan Dotson running deep routes all the time. I think he's going to be a little more. I think it's going to take 2 years. I don't expect him to go out and have your Sam Laporta season or anything like that. But I think I'm going to be targeting him in dynasty leagues. Second round tight end premium. Wouldn't mind getting him in the 3rd round of other drafts because I do think he can be a productive player in that system. And Jaden Daniels needs that type of player. I really believe that, right? Someone who we can rely on in the middle of the field and the short zone and stuff like that. So I like Daniels. Then, I mean, let's be honest. Is there a worse spot than New England? Is there really? I mean, this
maybe
is
behind
bad.
Kirk Cousins in Atlanta might be worse.
I mean, come on.
No, it's bad. And then they added Polk. They didn't even add speed. They have to add speed to this.
I wanted to say something.
Yeah.
I think Polk is an interesting player with the number of players on the board and the speed they could have acquired, because you're right. They have a bunch of slot, inside, versatile. They don't have a speed.
They have Juju with one knee. They have KJ Osborne, who's the slowest wide receiver in the league. They have Kendrick Bourne. I mean, their field stretchers are Tyquan Thornton, who can't catch, and Jalen Reagor, who can't catch. So
that's bad.
What are we doing? Like, they got to take Javon Baker or somebody else with their next pick.
Troy Franklin. We're still waiting on Troy Franklin somehow.
He's gonna go here to Buffalo probably, but I mean, they need to fix this real quick, John. So we had a question in the chat about Blake Fisher. I think it's a really good pick for the Texans. I think he fell. I think it keeps this O-line depth up. You don't want to have that situation the Colts did last year when you have to start Blake Freeland and he's just getting smoked. So I do think Titus Howard is going to stick and be their starting right tackle. But this just adds they'll use him as a swing tackle in case anything happens to Tunsil as well. So I think it's a smart eventual replacement for one of those tackles. And when you're the Texans and you don't have a million needs, you just can take BPA. And I think that's what they ended up doing here. So, Johnny, so Nix and Penix then. We know Drake May is in a tough spot, but he's still 4. You can't get him lower than that. Unless maybe you can. I don't know. Are you putting Nix or Penix ahead of Drake May?
Definitely not Penix, just because of the situation he's in right now. I mean,
yeah.
I'm going to have to think about this right now, and I haven't really sat down. I think you can make the argument for Bo Nix ahead of Drake May right now. But I really need to think about it more, because I do think he's got some traits that Sean Payton likes. There is some opportunity for this young man to be productive. I had him number 5 pre-draft in my process. He's not a perfect prospected quarterback. That's why he fell a little bit. But this is a decent system, and I believe Payton can coach up the young man. I mean, he's landing in such a better spot than Drake May in my book. I need to look at it closer. I would say they're 4A and 4B right now. I can't tell you immediately, but I think Bo Nix is going to win that job. I think he's going to be the starting quarterback there. Drake May's got Jacoby Brissett. I mean, he's probably going to start 7, 8, 9 games. And I don't see New England with any help anywhere to help Drake May. So I haven't finalized it, but it's really close, Scott.
I think that Bo Nix and Zach Wilson for this season, not for the future, because obviously Bo Nix has more upside. But I think for this season, they're the Spider-Man meme, right? They're pointing at each other. Same guy, right? I think that, but I mean, they have no wideouts. It's Cortland Sutton who wants to be traded. He's requested a trade out, so he doesn't want to be there. So it's Cortland Sutton, Marvin Mims, and the Josh Reynolds, who they signed from Detroit. I just think that's a bad group. So I am not excited about them at all. So it was Keon Coleman earlier for the Bills. I'm watching it right now since I am so far behind everybody.
Cole Bishop, yep.
Cole Bishop, that's a good pick. Not bad. I've seen it.
They're a little old with Pryor, and he's at safety, right? So he's getting a little old under the. All right, isn't that the guy they have, the veteran safety who's been there a long time now? I think Pryor's probably a 10-year veteran. So
Poyer's gone. So they have
Poyer's
Taylor Rapp right now and Mike Edwards, and then DeMar Hamlin, who who knows how much longer that guy plays. So I mean, he's obviously fine from all the stuff that happened to him, but he's just not a very good player. So I need to use the restroom real quick. I'm sorry. I'm like, kicking my feet over here, boys. So I will be right back. So,
John, what about our one running back landing spot here? What do we think of Jonathan Brooks going to Carolina?
So I know it's a good spot for opportunity and depth chart wise, correct? We can't be in love with Chuba Hubbard or Miles Sanders, right? So neither of those two guys should present a big challenge. The new coach, I forgot it. Why can't I remember his name?
Canales.
That's it.
Yep.
He did use oh my god, it's been a long week.
Yes, I get it, man.
No, Rashad White, he used extensively in touches. If Brooks is healthy and could ascend to the top of the pecking order, you might be looking at 250 touches in that offense for Carolina. Yet, do you really want to put him on the field on this terrible football team in year one and risk any long-term? Like, I really, in an ideal world, he would have a year to recover, or maybe even 6 weeks to 8 weeks before he gets on the field. They are telling us that they like the medicals, or they're willing to take the risk with the medicals because, running back, right? They churn them out, 2-3 years? So maybe they don't even care about the second contract with Jonathan Brooks. So why does it matter? Let's just burn through him. It's a good landing spot, and I've got to look at the numbers more, and I want to hear reports about the knee. I'll do some research on what the Carolina organization tells us about Jonathan Brooks, but I am optimistic that that's a good landing spot.
You got to give your quarterback, who was terrible, Enos Rakestraw, another great pick for the Lions, by the way. Fix that secondary. Enos Rakestraw, the corner out of Missouri.
They're loaded in the secondary.
They are now.
They are, yeah.
Screw you, Cam Sutton. Get the hell off this team.
Well, they've been burned by so many passing offenses in the last, right? You gotta try to get the back end of that secondary, and they've done it. We'll see what they look like in the back end.
Yeah, they're gonna look way, way better.
Oh my god, I would think so. Yes,
that is an excellent pick. Who's up next? Baltimore. Who's the best player on the board for Baltimore? That's who goes here. Although I love them taking Nate Wiggins because I'm not the biggest Nate Wiggins fan. So, what safeties are left here, CK?
I'm trying to look now.
Safeties, Cam Kinchen still on the board. I haven't seen Cam Kinchens go yet.
Jaden Hicks out of Washington State, if they like him.
Hicks.
Oh, man. Hicks would be such a good pick for them.
Cooper Beebe here. That's my prediction for this one.
Oh, that's a good one too. They do need Kingsley is still there. That's who I had them taking in. I had them taking Kingsley to Mattia in the first. He's still on the board. So
they do have some linebackers here right now. Junior Colson out of Michigan, Peyton Wilson out of NC State, who I happen to like. I think he's underrated. Cedric Gray. Not in love with them, but you got some linebackers, and Baltimore's always going to want linebackers, edge rushers. Those could be interesting picks for them too.
Absolutely, yeah. In either of those spots, I do think linebacker they pre-fixed that last year by taking Trenton Simpson, the kid out of Clemson. He didn't get many snaps at all because Patrick Queen was so good last year. So, but Patrick Queen obviously went to my Steelers. So, it was a linebacker could definitely be on the board here. How about the wide receivers, Johnny? I mean, the class is deep. We've had a bunch go already, but is it Marv at the top? Are you a Neighbors guy, or is it Marv because Daniel Jones sucks and will be the guy throwing the ball to Neighbors?
So I just did projections earlier today for both of them. And the way I looked at it and my projections, Marv did come out a little on top this year because I do have more faith in Kyler Murray than I do in Daniel Jones. Dynasty, I haven't made a decision yet because if Daniel Jones stinks, which is within the realm of possibility, New York will move on at the quarterback position. They'll bring someone else in. So if Jones is that bad, which is possible, then you have an upgraded quarterback for Malik Neighbors, and maybe that unlocks him. So dynasty, I haven't decided. For redraft this year, it's clearly Marvin Harrison with Kyler Murray in my book right now. However, I would say there's a 25% chance that Neighbors out targets Harrison just because the Giants are so bad and they might be playing from behind. And they just, I mean, Daboll, we liked them 2 years ago. They completely fell apart last year, right?
Yeah, Josh Allen in Buffalo, and then he took Daniel Jones to the playoffs, and everyone's like, man, this guy's a genius. And then everybody wanted him fired. KC traded up again, by the way.
So who did
in this spot?
They moved up one spot for a 5th-round pick for a 6th-round pick. One spot.
One spot. Who did they think the Niners were going to take? Got to be an old lineman, right? Sumatia?
No, the Chiefs got back-to-back here.
Nope, they gave up their 2nd pick there. So that's actually going to be, they just flipped with San Francisco.
Oh, they flipped with San Francisco. Sorry. They haven't updated it on the page.
Somebody else must have been moving up.
Wow, they must have had some intel that San Fran wanted their guy. That seems like you should be able to wait in the 2nd round, but maybe they must have someone they want badly.
The Chiefs are pretty good here. I mean,
cornerback replace L'Jarius Sneed.
They do need a cornerback.
Bogman loves him. TJ Tampa. It's more of an outside guy.
Man, TJ Tampa would be great.
Jamal Charles.
Yeah, I mean, because McDuffie, I think, goes to the nickel, right? So, Watson, you're placing Jalen Watson here, I guess that's who it is. Or I think they like Josh Williams, so I don't think they're going to replace him. Watson was so good last year, though. Yeah, I mean, really, this could be anything. My first initial thought was offensive lineman.
No,
I was thinking Sumatia.
Are there any tackles left who are like? Let me see if there's.
You are correct.
Yeah, Sumatia, Amegaji. Am I right? Boom!
Right.
Look at that, genius.
Who is it?
It's Kingsley Sumatia, the big offensive tackle from BYU.
Oh, he's huge. 326, 6'5".
Yeah, that's a good pick. Is it him or is it Amegaji that's Sewell's cousin?
Well, I don't know.
Sumatia. Sumatia is the Sewell cousin.
Yeah.
I love when they show him jumping out of a pool. Like that's some skill that you're going to use every day in the NFL. That's a skill right there. Jumping out of pools.
Well, I mean, jumping straight up in the air isn't a skill. And touching a stick, but they do that too.
So as we approach the 3rd round, how many running backs do you think go in the 3rd round here?
Only a couple, I think.
2?
Yeah, Trey Benson and Blake Corum, I think, go. Jalen Wright.
And that would be the 3rd one, right?
So 3. Yeah. Give me 3 then. 4
so the
total.
Giants,
here it is.
Look, I assume the Giants and the Chargers and Dallas, aren't those still the 3 ideal landing spots right now for running back?
Yes. I think Tampa Bay also.
I'll throw Cincy in there.
How about Arizona?
Yep.
Arizona makes sense, yeah.
I did a 7-round mock, John, which is, I don't know why I did it, but it's crazy. I did it.
I saw your tweet. You said it was like one of the hardest things you've ever done or something like that.
It just took way longer than I thought. It wasn't, I'd say it's not difficult, and it was fun. It was a lot of fun doing it, but I gave them a running back. I think I gave them Brooks in the 3rd, who obviously was way too good to go in the 3rd. Why would I ever think that he was going to last all the way to the 3rd like an idiot? And clearly a 1st-round talent with a knee injury that fell to the 2nd round. We all know that, but
hey, here the Cardinals have the 2nd pick in round 2. They're pretty, and we know Carolina's not taking a running back, right? Because Carolina just got their guy. So maybe
they also have this. What is that? The 6th or 7th pick in the 3rd round as well. The Cardinals. So
they do.
This could definitely be an RB.
Oh, you're
What
right.
do we think the Niners are taking here, by the way?
Now, did they? Oh, they also got pick 79 and pick 90.
The Cardinals have the most picks in this draft coming in.
Oh, they do.
Yeah, and I think they traded back today, right?
I was going to say they picked up picks today.
I think so. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who's the top of the depth chart for Arizona right now. Running back
James Conner.
Oh, that's right. But
and they traded for Michael Carter last year. And they have DeMercado. But I still like, if you can get Jalen Wright, he's much better than Michael Carter, and I like Michael Carter. So Michael Carter is a complement piece in the NFL. So
and you got to think James Conner's nearing the end here. He's been around a long time now, right? 6 years, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's hurt constantly, but he did hold up last year. So
no, he was really good last year, right?
Yeah. I mean, and he was facing 8 and 9 man boxes because Kyler Murray was gone for half the year. Goddamn Clayton Tune throwing out there was miserable. Oh God, that's why they picked 4. You know, they didn't have a QB for half the year.
Ooh,
who are the Niners taking?
Your boy Jatavian Sanders hasn't gone yet either.
Not that surprising, you know, not a blocker. So
yeah, I know. That's what I said to people. He's just not a blocker at all, right? I mean, like, it's bad.
I like this pick, but I am surprised by it. I saw it on the wiki.
Junior Colson?
Nope.
Darn.
It's a corner.
Oh.
It's a corner.
Mm-hmm.
For the 49ers?
For the Niners. I told you the wiki is fast, John.
Oh my God, you're way faster.
Andrew Phillips.
I think it's not. It's a guy that shouldn't go. I think there's better cornerbacks than him on the board, but I do like him. I'm just kind of surprised he was picked in the second. So that's my hint. You guys are going to get a minute before me anyway. Hopefully Wiki's even right. Who knows? All right, John. So after Harrison, Neighbors, Odunze, who's next? Who's the next wideout?
So right now, I love Brian Thomas in Jacksonville. I think I'm going to end up with a lot of Brian Thomas because I know people are going to shy away because Trevor Lawrence hasn't been great. He has not hit his ceiling that we have expected. There's also people who think Thomas is going to take a while, and that may or may not be true. But I just think that is a really nice landing spot. I do like what Jacksonville's doing. I still believe in Trevor Lawrence. I do think he'll pop at one point. We'll see. But I just think that's a really good with Christian Kirk. You should get one-on-one targets for Brian Thomas. So I'm still going to be more bullish on Brian Thomas than most at this point. I still like him.
So who's after Thomas then?
Then it's Xavier Worthy. But I have my, you know this, Scott. We've seen Xavier Worthy drop 1 million passes over the
la.
It's going to be it is the perfect landing spot with Patrick Mahomes and with Andy Reid. But now there's actually some competition. Marquise Brown, right? We'll see how long Rashid Rice is out for. But I do think he's going to be the guy who's going to draw a lot of fantasy interest. So I would have him at number 5.
Okay. And then after that, I guess it's Ladd.
Yeah, you got to go with Ladd with Herbert. But I've got to look at it more detail because I think Harbaugh is going to have such a low passing game effort. What is Herbert going to throw? 25, 28 times. So then you're really looking at high efficiency you're hoping for with Ladd. So I've got to kind of look with the numbers. Do I like the landing spot? Yes. Am I worried about the Greg Roman, Jim Harbaugh offense? Oh my God, yeah. That is a very tough fantasy offense to buy into. Look, my quick thought is Keon Coleman's in a really nice spot, but I don't like the talent. but you have to
You don't like
consider him
Coleman.
with Josh Allen.
Okay.
Trade.
Yeah, I see the Jets are moving up here. Huh?
Ooh.
So yeah, so CK and I are going to disagree with you on Coleman because we both like Coleman, and I like him going to Buffalo because there's an opportunity to be a number one there. There is in LA too, but I think the points that you said about the offense. Now, it's not going to be Michigan because no team is ever going to be as dominant as Michigan was. Which, by the way, congrats! I know you're a Wolverines fan.
Oh
John.
yeah,
I've
had a good year
that,
too.
obviously, I was hoping it was going to be my team playing your team, but we couldn't get past Washington.
I had back-to-back UConn and Michigan, so it's been a good year for me, man.
That is a good year. That's a great year.
How about what is this pick for the Jets here? Do you guys think?
I would think they need offensive linemen still. Maybe a tight end.
How about a slot wide receiver?
No, can't. Could it be? It doesn't make sense.
Xavier Gibson is their slot wide out right now. It's Mike Williams and Garrett Wilson. That's it. Tyler Conklin at tight end. It could be a tight end.
Yeah, that's why I said Jatavian Sanders should be an option, right?
That's who I had them taking in their third round pick where it was. Yeah.
I can't imagine them going defense here. They're loaded on defense. So it's got to be on the offensive side of the ball, right?
It's a wide
Troy
out.
Franklin?
Oh, it's a wide out. You found it? You saw it?
No. Is it, Boggs?
It's a wide out. Yeah.
Ooh. Is it a good one?
I don't want to. I'll let you guys look. I don't want to ruin it.
I'm going to.
You guys got to see the troops get saluted first here, of course. So I can't.
Oh my God, they drive me crazy with that stuff. I'm like, can I just get the pick?
I said, announce the pick, then do the other stuff.
There's a little bit too much pageantry, I think, for the NFL draft. I don't need a red carpet show before day one, right?
Yes.
So all that stuff. I don't.
I just saw the pick, Scott.
Yeah.
Woo. I'm out.
Really? Okay.
Oh yeah.
I like it for a slot guy.
I think he's Rondell Moore with a little bit more size. I had no Rondell Moore, and I will have no of him.
Oh, you think he's Rondell Moore?
Look at his A-dot.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that. I just think he's got way more juice than Rondell Moore.
He does have more juice, but if you catch it 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage all the time, I don't care.
We won't have to with Aaron Rodgers.
We'll see. I'm not a big fan.
Yeah, and then who's the quarterback after Aaron Rodgers? And is Aaron Rodgers there for a year?
Yeah.
Right? Be there for 2 before he goes to run for vice president or whatever he does. Crazy ass.
I mean, I think he'd love to win the Super Bowl and go out, right?
Yes. Walk away like that. But I mean, we're still talking about the Jets. Very good team. We're still talking about the Jets.
This is crazy. ESPN has not updated their website with Malachi Corley yet.
I think whoever's doing the Wikipedia entries is scouring Twitter and finding it like super early. And again,
they're there. They could be there.
They could be there, but it may not even be right either. So it is Wikipedia. Not everything's right, you know. On the day of big events, they'll go in and say, you know, Luka Doncic, owner of whatever team they're playing, you know.
Who knows? They might have someone, sneaking the card in before it goes to Goodell. So,
well, it's been officially announced on TV now. So
okay, so it is Malachi. All right.
Yep. ESPN just updated it.
Nice.
So the comp is always Debo. But do you remember when the last Debo comp was LaVisca Chenault?
Yeah, I understand that. Debo is what you want to get. That's the ultimate, upside.
Mm-hmm.
So the floor is every one of these LaVisca Chenaults and, all these guys that don't ever work out. Rondell Moore, like John said, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, Yeah, it's tough when you're a package guy or you're a only slot guy to have a ton of success. So I understand John not liking him.
Plus the G5 hurts a little bit.
But he was really good in that game against Ohio State.
Oh yeah, I mean,
so that's what our boy Pat Fitzmaurice loves to bring that up on the FB Dynasty show about how he's he was great in that Ohio State game. So and that's true. He was great. A bunch of touchdowns too. Yeah, it's an interesting pick, but yeah, I think slot wide receiver was a big need for them. And he still has to be like Gibson. Gibson is great with the ball in his hands. So he's not going to just like immediately come off the field. Corley's going to have to rip this job away from him, I think. So
I think so. I agree with that.
Yeah, it's
I just slotted him below Ricky Pearsall ahead of Jalen Polk.
Yeah, he's got to go.
That's where I just slid him in.
You put him ahead of Polk? You still hate Polk that much?
I just hate New England that much.
See? Thank you. Thank you. John,
don't hate the player, hate the organization. I mean, how can you have confidence? I mean, I feel like, you have to be kind of stupid if you keep drafting New England wide receivers after all these years. Like, what are you doing, folks? Like, I know, but until they prove to me they can coach a player up or identify a player, I just can't have any faith in the New England organization.
Did you see that pick?
What one?
I haven't seen it yet. I'm going to say Peyton Wilson.
Oh!
We got a running back.
Oh,
it is a running back. John was right. Is it your boy?
Hey, look at so you might get a value now in him, right? Because I would still think you have at least James Conner for a year, correct? So then you might get a value on Trey Benson because you might have to wait for him to get
Benson.
They need a running back. You gotta, like you said, what did Conner miss last year? Three or four games again?
I don't know that Conner missed any games last year. He usually does. Let me check. Conner, he missed 4, so 13 games. 208. He's still over 200 carries and
games in general.
But Benson is a great pick here. I think that's a very, very good pick for the Cardinals. And he can back up. He doesn't have to start immediately. Gives them an option in the receiving game here. Makes a lot of missed tackles forced. I do think he runs a little upright. But I think he's a good player and another weapon for that team, which they desperately need. So
I agree.
NFL comp Breece Hall. He's not that good. So
no, I don't. I've heard
Javonte Williams
say that, Scott. I will say this: I watched a ton of Breece Hall. They're not the same prospect.
No,
film. I mean, maybe athletic traits. Maybe Breece Hall was a great runner at Iowa State. Like he was great. Trey Benson was not that at Florida State.
No, he was very good. All right, gents, I'm going to jump off. I'm going to go cover Thor for a couple picks on the FP pod, and then I will be back in 5 picks. They'll go quicker because we're in the third. So, John, thanks for coming on. I will see you if you're sticking around. If you have to go, I understand. So, but I will be back in a little bit, everyone. So I will see you guys in a little bit.
I forgot. CK, does it go down to 5 minutes around this one?
Yep. So now we've done the 10 the first round, then we fall to 7. And now from here on out, it's 5 minutes today and all day tomorrow, 5 minutes.
So Brandon Coleman guard to the Commanders.
They can use a lot of offensive line help.
They do. That's not a bad pick by Washington. Patriots, do they double dip? What do you think, CK?
I think they should take Troy Franklin right here. I like Troy Franklin. Get some speed on this team.
I'm blown away that Troy Franklin's still out here. I think it's a great pick. I mean, I'm a Troy Franklin guy, so maybe I'm biased. I think he has a specific role that he can succeed at in the NFL. And you are absolutely right. New England desperately needs speed.
Because his role that he succeeds at is is stretching the field, right?
Yes.
He stretches the field, and that's what they need someone to do.
Yes. Now I'll stay with you. How about this? We have Dallas at 73. Let's see what with the Chargers, if they go running back, the Giants, and the Cowboys. So we literally have 4 of like the next 7 picks need running backs. So I'll stay with you to see if we get any fantasy goodness.
I would love to see. So what do you think of Jalen Wright? Because that's been the guy that I've been pushing up at running back. You like Jalen Wright?
He's my number 2.
Okay.
I like Jalen Wright a lot.
I've been hoping he would go to Dallas.
That'd be nice because he's a runaway back. Like you give him a runway, woo!
You remind me of Aaron Jones, where you just watch him and he just glides for 6-7 yards chunks.
Yes, and I don't think people are giving. He's 220 pounds, right?
I know. I like the size.
And he doesn't look that big. But hey man, like he's got the size. So I mean, he's what you're looking for. I know his vision. You could say it's questionable. I agree with that. And I get the gimmicky offense. But there's enough speed, size, traits. And he's only 20. Like
people think he's old.
Oh my God, they act like he's 24, like Blake Corum. No, man. Like, give him a year or 2 in an NFL uniform and let's see what happens. I think he could be very good.
Did you have Brooks then as your 1? Did you have Brooks at RB1 for you?
No, I had Corum.
Blake Corum?
I had Corum. I because of the floor.
Sure.
I did, and I thought, and it's interesting he's still on the board. But I really felt the NFL would like him more than other players because of these intangibles, other things that he does for you.
He's a winner.
What's he, 205? If my memory hit my 200-pound threshold. So
yeah, he's just short, right? He's not that he's not small. He's not. No. He's built. He's thick. Yes. He runs thick. He runs powerful.
And I admit he was better in 2022 than 2023. The injury definitely took its toll.
Yeah.
When he was healthy and stuff, I thought his vision in traffic was some of the best vision I've ever seen. He was so good at finding lanes when there's like 3 guards and 3 defensive linemen right on him. So I think he can play between the tackles at the NFL level.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, and he's not a home run hitter though. So that might be, he's just not going to get a lot of. He did at Michigan once in a while because they just blew people out, right? And he just had a running lane. But I think he's a consistent. I hate the word, but I'll use it. Grinder. If you give him 15 carries, he'll have about 64 yards. Maybe if he pops 180, just
he's going to hit doubles. He's a doubles hitter.
Yeah.
Right. We're talking baseball. You're getting doubles. We're not getting a lot of home runs. We're getting doubles out of it. You win a lot of games with doubles.
Yes. The Orioles. Well, now we got home run hitters too, but I'm having another. Hey, I can't believe I was.
You're a Baltimore fan too, man. You're gonna have it's gonna be a good year for you, John.
It's been a run. Hey, I was watching the Orioles game on silent. Man, we are nasty with the bats. Holy crap!
I know, man. I know.
And they're young, dude.
They are so young and so deep. So many other options when things don't go right. Jackson Holiday's not hitting in his first couple weeks. I send him down, bring up another top prospect.
And Holiday wasn't ready, dude.
No.
When
you can't even legally drink, that's a big ask. So
yeah, and you know what? His glove was ready, and I think his baseball smarts, but his bat, he could not deal with the major league breaking. Like it was bad at times. I was like, send the young man down, please.
So I'm a Brewers fan, so I watched that opening. Was it the opening series when they played Baltimore? And I was pulling even as a Brewers fan. I'm like, oh come on, dude, get a hit here. Like it's painful to watch you just swing here. Like
it. And I saw him take too many strike threes, like with the bat on his shoulder. He just was a little overwhelmed. It's okay.
He'll be fine.
Yeah. I mean, it took a while for Adley Rushman to come up. I actually saw Rushman live in Hartford, Connecticut when he was with the O's. What is it? Reading? Are they who? Rochester? Oh my God, who's the O's triple? Well, anyways, AA team. He had a home run in Hartford, Connecticut. And
that's
I was
awesome.
like, you could see that he was really good with the bat.
You can tell? Yeah.
When
you see a real star, you can tell it early.
You know what? You can really, yes, when they're the star, the outlier, you can really tell pretty early. Like, oh my God, the guy's so good. Same thing with pitchers. When you just see the guy has movement and speed, you're like, oh, he's going to be a nasty. But we don't have anything on the Pats yet? Come on, man.
We're getting some talk here about something. I have my TV pretty low down here, but somebody's out there. We got some stand up to something. I'm not sure what we're standing up to, but
Chris, I didn't go when Scott was talking about it. I didn't expand. It's interesting because the NFL has gone a little bit away from NFL to an event.
Yes.
And I just want the picks as a guy who's watching. Right, I watched the draft for almost 40 years. I just want picks. Like, give me the players. I don't need all the pomp and I don't need the certain. Just give me the picks, please.
So I was talking. So I live in Wisconsin, right? So next year it's coming to Green Bay.
That's why you're a Packers fan.
Yeah, but it's coming to Green Bay next year. But when I was sort of talking about going, but then and there's 150,000 people standing there, and I'm like, I don't think I actually want to go. You're not going to see anything. There's so many people at the draft, and if it's like that, I'll never see anything, and it's going to cost money. I was like, maybe I'll just watch it from my house, right?
Oh my God, there's such a Patriots. They took an offensive tackle.
Yeah, it could have been fun.
I get it. I guess. I don't know.
You're gonna help out Drake May, get him some protection.
I just think they're opposed to scoring points.
I just don't get what they're. That's the team. That team and Jacksonville are the two that I don't understand ever. I just can never figure out what their plan is. This could be Blake Corum, though, right here. Get him with Harbaugh.
Oh, and the pick is in.
Yeah, they're in a hurry on this one. He likes it.
Maybe. Oh my God, please! I want him to land with Harbaugh because then he's going to get the opportunity.
Oh yeah,
they're going to play him. Come on, let's see. We got back-to-back. We should get back-to-back running backs. The Giants need. I just don't believe they could go in the season with Devin Singletary alone at the top.
I gave them Trey Benson a lot in the mock drafts. I would always try to give them Trey Benson. So he's gone, but we can get him a different running back. That's fine.
Hey, Jalen Wright might not be too bad in New York.
I would love it for fantasy. He'd be great. Be the primary back there right away. I think he's better than Devin Singletary.
I mean, I'm not in love. Singletary's, your typical veteran. If you need him, if you give him 20 carries, he'll get you 70 yards. Like, you're fine. If you need 6 catches, he'll catch 5 of them. Just kind of like that. Yeah, he doesn't hurt.
He was fine with Houston last year. I picked him up in some teams last year, right? He was good for it.
I had him on a dynasty team. I made the playoffs. I lost in the semifinals with Chuba Hubbard and Devin Singletary in my backfield. I'm like, hey, I also had Dameon Pierce, but by the end of the season, he was long gone. At least I had the 2 Texans. I knew I'd have one of them.
That's right.
Oh, come on. Is there someone on the TV screen for the goddamn?
It's some old kicker from the Chargers. I don't know how to say his name. Rolf something.
Rolf Benershka.
Thank you. Good thing you know how to say it, because I certainly did not.
You want to know a tidbit? You know why I remember? I saw him kick. That's cool. He had cancer in the early 80s. And like back then, I'm old, so it was not a good thing when you got cancer. I mean, still not. But like your odds of living were much worse back in 1981. So he had missed a lot of time, and then he came back. And like that's kind of what he was.
That's
awesome. Good. He was never good after he had the cancer, but yeah, so that's how I know.
To come back and play through it, that's great. They took a Michigan guy, John, but it wasn't the one we wanted.
Are you kidding me?
It took Junior Colson, who I like.
Linebacker.
I like Junior Colson. As a Packers fan, it was between Junior Colson and Edgerrin Cooper. I said we want one of them. We got Edgerrin Cooper, so
I like Cooper too.
Yeah,
I think he's good.
I think he's really good. I'm very happy. I'm very happy with the Packers draft. What's your NFL team, John?
Oh, I'm a Broncos fan. That's why I mean.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So I watched a lot of those San Diego Chargers, Broncos in the day, and Dan Fouts was so special. He was must-see TV back in before Marino, and I think Fouts gets lost because he was doing Marino stuff before Marino, and then Marino just took it to such a level. People forget how good those Chargers teams were with Dan Fouts in the early 80s. So that's when Benershka was there.
Nice. Just a history lesson here. I'm just getting taught. This is before me, so I'm just learning things now.
Oh, yeah. I what I did last summer, you're going to laugh. It was the first time in like 6 years I didn't work as a teacher in the summer. So I went down large YouTube rabbit holes of old. You can get football games from the 70s and 80s all over the place. And I was watching a lot of the Chargers from that time period because I remember them. And it was good football to watch, man. I saw a Joe Montana, Dan Fouts game. It was unbelievable. Ronnie Lott was there, Roger Craig, awesome. Joe Montana, the Chargers with Dan. Dude, I had such a good day watching that game.
Just sitting back and watching old football. What beats that?
Oh, dude, it was incredible. I'm like, I can't believe these things exist. Like, I don't know why I came across like 2 sites that they almost every day post a new game. Sure. It's awesome. So do the Giants take it back now? What do you think?
I think they should. I think they should. They're up at the mic right now here. Tiki Barber is up at the mic.
Oh, he is.
So it should be any second now. We'll see. Come on.
Ooh. Let's see.
Cornerback.
No.
Andrew Phillips. Cornerback.
God.
I'm not really sure what their plan is. I guess they're just happy rolling with Singletary.
Or they just think they could have a day 3 running back.
Sure.
I mean, we know there's probably, once you get past, I thought, the big 4, I bet you boards are all over the place with who people like.
So I like Marshawn Lloyd of the later guys. I don't know if he's later. I think of the big after the big 4. I think I like Marshawn Lloyd.
Yeah, I have him at number 5. He's my number 5 running back. I like Kamani Vidal. He's my number 8, I think. So I like him. I mean, those guys, well, we'll see. Who knows?
I like Blake Watson really late. That's the guy I like real late. I love the pass catching ability that Blake Watson showed.
I like Watson and Shipley. I forgot about Shipley's an interesting guy too. So the Cardinals, they're not. They just took the running back. The Panthers aren't going to take a running back, so it's Dallas.
Hopefully,
Dallas bypass a running back in the 3rd round.
So what are you teaching? You teach history, right?
Yeah, I teach history. Yeah.
So I have a teaching degree in elementary ed, but I have a minor in broadfield social studies. So I've done like social studies and history too.
So when you say broad in social studies, can you teach at the high school level in Wisconsin with that? Oh, okay.
Yep. So I can do K to 8 anything with my elementary, and then 9 to 12 I can do high school, like history, social studies, psych, that type of thing.
Oh, that's what technically I have a social studies, which means they could throw me in a psych classroom. So far they haven't.
Sure. So what are you actually teaching? You teach like just AP
US history, and I teach regular US history. So
cool.
I'm 20 years in, so you kind of after that long you kind of gravitate towards, and I started with world history and I did tons of government in the day and stuff like that. But yeah, now it's just give me those classes and let it, it's kind of
what you feel good with. Yeah. Once you get some tenure in there and you feel it. Same school the whole time.
I'm like, I got Gilded Age today. Let me boom, 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 boom. I'm ready.
You know what you're doing.
Yes. It definitely helps after, oh my God, the first 4 years of teaching are so hard. But that's a different story. But you're like, I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Now you're like, okay.
With an elementary degree, if you're a male with an elementary degree, I don't know how it is out in.
We don't have them. They don't exist out in the Navy.
So around here, if you're a male with an elementary degree, you are in massive, like everyone wants you, right? Because everybody. So once the district I was in heard I was teaching middle school social studies at the time, and they're like, "Wait, you can teach elementary?" I'm like, "Yeah." So they moved me to. They're like, "How about kindergarten?" I'm like, "There are some very dedicated people to teach kindergarten. I would prefer not to teach kindergarten." So I did 3rd. I moved to 3rd. 3rd's good. 2nd and 3rd grade
I will say in New Haven, having taught for so long, a kindergarten teacher is a special person.
Mm-hmm.
That your patience level and your ability to that's way more than I could not deal with 27 freaking 5-year-olds.
Yes. You have to be on all the time. And I'm like, I just do not want to do kindergarten. I will switch to elementary school for you, but do not ask me to do kindergarten. That one's out. And yes, Chad, I know that Bogman hates teachers. I remember.
Oh,
We were talking yesterday. We were doing it yesterday, and they had all the stuff on the screen. He's like, "Oh, not the teachers again and stuff," and he was just joking around. But because we were talking more pageantry and just get the draft underway last night. But
so we got a tackle by the Arizona, Isaiah Adams
at Illinois, I kind of like him.
So let's see what Arizona's done now. They got Marvin Harrison, Darius Robinson. I did like Darius Robinson. Max Melton, not bad. And Trey Benson and Isaiah. So they got 3 nice parts to help Kyler Murray. You get a backup lineman. I don't know if Adams starts right away for them, but you got a backup lineman, a running back, and the possible Hall of Fame wide receiver. Not bad for the Cardinals to help Murray.
They needed a lot of help for him, so they can just keep basically taking the best player that's there, and you feel confident that will help them some way, right? So,
yeah. I mean, I kind of felt bad for Murray late in the season with those wide receivers he had. Like, I guess he did have Trey McBride, but that was the saving grace in the passing game. I mean,
if they didn't have Trey McBride, it would have been so ugly there with Rondale Moore. Marquise Hollywood Brown that didn't do anything, and Michael Wilson. I like Michael Wilson, but he's constantly injured, constantly hurt. So
they're going to have Trey McBride and Marvin Harrison. That's going to be a real problem for defenses.
When he kept sliding down the board, Bogman and I were trying to convince ourselves that they could take AD Mitchell yet. That would have been fun.
It would be hard to have double dipped to 2 classic X. I guess you could maybe play him at the Z, but that I kind of look at AD Mitchell more as your X receiver, right? So you're kind of double dipping.
I liked him in Indy, though. I like that fit in Indy. So you got Pittman on one side, you got Josh Downs in the slot, then you got AD Mitchell. I like that fit.
How about the Panthers with another pick here? Do they take another wide receiver? Adam Thielen. They traded for Deontay Johnson and they drafted Xavier. They're not going to do it.
So what do you think of Xavier Legette? What do you think of Xavier Legette?
I like him. I'm not in love with him. I had him at number 11 pre-draft. He was my number 11.
I think he was like 16 or 17 for me. I have concerns there. So
there's some red flags. I mean, part of it is obviously the late breakout. But I do think he has physicality. I don't think he's ever going to be your 1,500-yard receiver, but I think he could be 900 yards and like 7-8 touch, like serve a nice role for you. I think that's what the Panthers need. A role. Like, he's good. Not great, good.
Good, not great. I'd take that because I just think he's exactly the same thing that they did last year with Jonathan Mingo.
Oh, well, I will say this. I did grade him higher than Jonathan Mingo. I thought he's a better prospect than Mingo. Now they have a type, obviously. It is weird that they took Mingo, they took Legette right after getting Mingo.
They're very similar, right? Very similar players. And you're just like, okay, well, why? That's another now he keeps falling, so maybe there's something we don't know. But I just thought, get some speed, right? Put Troy Franklin on this field. You have Deontay Johnson who can operate underneath. You have Adam Thielen who can operate underneath. You drafted Jonathan Mingo, or get somebody that can separate right away, and like Ladd McConkey, so help out Bryce Young because your team gets him sacked constantly.
So the Carolina Panthers took a linebacker, Trevin Wallace, Kentucky. Cowboys on the clock. So if the Cowboys, let me see who else could even. Do the Bengals take a running back, or you think they're set?
I have the Bengals taking a running back. Bogman and I talked about that earlier. I think
okay.
So Joe Mixon leaves, right?
Yeah.
And so you got Chase Brown there.
Yeah.
And I like Chase Brown, but that Chase Brown doesn't prevent me from taking Jalen Brooks, Marshawn Lloyd. I think that I'm still fine taking that in the 3rd round.
Completely agree with you. There's no way you say I don't need a running back. I got Chase Brown.
Yeah. And I know they signed Zach Moss, and that's the same thing, though. That's not a needle mover. He does not prevent me from saying I'm taking a running back early here. So I think they can go running back. Bogman did not seem to think they would, but we'll see.
Well, I do. Look, boy, then if they don't go running back, Chase Brown right now is the bargain running back in all of fantasy football. I mean,
seriously,
because the Falcons won't, the Bears won't. I don't expect Denver. Raiders. Maybe the Raiders?
Raiders.
Oh,
good.
my God. They didn't take a running back, the Cowboys. Holy
I don't get it.
Cooper Beebe. I know they needed offensive line help. They've taken two,
so that's two,
linemen, right?
Yeah, so they started with Tyler Guyton, the big tackle out of Oklahoma, and now they've said we're going to go interior of the D-line or of the O-line and get Cooper Beebe. Good player, very good player, helps their team, but I don't know who he's blocking for. Unless I liked Deuce. I liked Deuce Vaughn last year, but I'm not ready to give Deuce Vaughn a full workload.
Oh, he'd break within 2 weeks.
Right, exactly.
So right here it says they have the third round, 24th pick. I might have missed that when I was looking down the chart here. They do.
We have one more. Okay.
But I'm not going to be able, maybe the Raiders are next, the Bengals, and maybe the Cowboys have running back help.
I hope we get one or two more of them yet tonight.
I hope so too. We could use it for our fantasy. But my good friend, my wife is coming home with the dogs in a couple minutes, so I have to help.
It's good to chat with you, buddy.
All right. So please tell Scott I said thank you and great to talk to you, my friend. Have a great night.
You too, buddy. See ya. Okay. Well, now it's me. I am disappointed in the lack of skill position players that we've seen recently, but we don't know. Could be more. Here's the Falcons just took Braylon Trice. That is the undersized but dominating at times pass rusher from Washington. If you watched Bogman's team lose to Washington in the National Football Playoff, College Football Playoff, it was Braylon Trice who was consistently schooling Christian Jones. And so seeing him go to Atlanta here, we all thought they were going to take edge early, right? We thought this will be Dallas Turner, this will be Leitu Latu, and they didn't. Instead, they decided we're going to take different ways, and now they get their edge here mid-round 3. Only CK. I don't know. I'd invite you people, but I don't know how to do that. I think Bogman's the only one who can do that. So I think otherwise I'd have other people come on, but I believe Bogman's the only one that has that ability because it's his stream. And thank you. I only have a couple pillows here. There's this one, and then there's this one behind me because so I moved all my equipment out to the big TV. So let's show the screen. It's not gonna go. Yep, there you go. Because I have a small TV in the room where I usually do these things, but I said nope, I want to watch the big TV. So I moved it all out here. And then yesterday I had to lean forward the whole time, and my back was killing me. So now I have like 4 pillows behind me, so I'm not leaning forward the whole time. I do not have anyone with a moose. I have this one. It's got like a pad. It's like 50 here today, Chad. Rained all day, of course, because it's spring in Wisconsin, but not bad weather at all. No snow in the forecast. Guthrie, the Bears are up here. I assume we're thinking, what do we got? Cornerback? Tornadoes?
All right.
That sucks.
I am back. Who's got tornadoes?
Aaron has tornadoes.
Uh-oh.
I know.
Jeez.
Either line says Guthrie. Okay. I like that.
All right. What do we got? We had Trey Benson go to the Cardinals. Were there any more offensive picks?
Nope. John and I were discussing the lack of offensive players and how Dallas must actually like their running backs or something.
Well, Cooper Beebe was a huge need for them. I think that's a smart pick, and I can't wait. There was a guy that looked at my mock, and the only comment I got was, "I can't see the Cowboys waiting till the 5th to take a running back. Maybe they take him here in the 3rd or 4th, but now I hope we don't get one until the 5th."
Bogman's just keeping those receipts, everyone. You heard it here first. Bogman's holding their receipts.
You think I didn't see it? I saw it.
So I had someone today. This was like my first really bad person who's last week I said something. One of the fantasy pros for the fantasy baseball article that I put out, it was something like, will Jackson Holiday be sent down? And I said, they kept Gunnar Henderson down. They kept him up last year. He was hitting 200 through the first 2 months, and then he went on to win Rookie of the Year. So of course I said, no, I don't think they're going to send him down. And they send him down. So then this dude just sends me like this douchiest DM ever. I'm like, yeah, I think he'll be fine. I'm not all that worried about it. Like, I would drop him in redraft. That's all I said. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Yeah, I mean,
don't actually run the Baltimore Orioles. No actual information on how they decide how they're going to do their things. So,
that is, you gotta have thick skin. I definitely don't have the thickest skin, but I have thicker skin than a lot of people. So that was it. Chad said that's my burner account, by the way. Did you see that?
Very nice. I love it.
Just go ahead and troll your co-owner for your 3-sport team. I like it. All right, so what do we think? I mean, I missed a bunch of picks here. Caden Wallace, dude, you mentioned it. You mentioned that he was going to go way earlier than I had him in my mock, and he did. They talked about it on FP2. Thor had him at like 164, and here he went at whatever it was, 68 or whatever. That was a little bit of a surprise. And then, Brandon Coleman before that, I thought that was a good pick by Washington. Colton, the Chargers, Harbaugh gets his Michigan guy, right? So what were your thoughts here on these other guys that went?
Well, Brandon Coleman and Isaiah Adams were and Cooper Beebe, honestly, were 3 of my favorite pick players that I expected to go in this round, with the tackle / guard, the fact that they can all play all 3 of those positions. I think those are great picks there. Junior Colson's not surprising. And I like Andrew Phillips. I think we've kind of come on late here with Andrew Phillips, but I didn't quite get that fit with the Giants. I have to say that. I did not think they needed a cornerback.
Oh, I do. The Giants secondary has been horrific recently.
Hey, there's your guy. Yeah, we like Kieran Amaguchi.
Amaguchi. Nice. That's a good pick for the Bears.
There you go, Guthrie.
Yeah, I like that pick for the Bears. Fix that O-line. I still want an end for them, though. Some of these teams need to start getting. I think we're going to start getting need picks here, right? More than BPA, because this is like I said before, you have to address some of these issues. Now, Denver, who the fuck knows? They have everything they need. So wide receiver would probably be best for them, but I think that was a good pick. So. Hold on. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Wormley is going to come and join us here for a minute, and we can ask him some of these questions. But so Trey Benson to the Cardinals, I think is a good fit. I do want to see a couple more running backs go here. I don't know who's the next team that would take one. I guess Vegas could take Wright or Corum. With their next
Vegas, pick. Cincinnati, I think those 2 could take a running back.
I mean, Philly doesn't have a lot behind. It's just Gainwell now because I think Boston Scott is gone, right? So yes. Turn this volume back up here. Well, I guess we have 100 picks today total, right? Down to 100. So we have 24 more left?
Yes, because the Commanders pick last. Yes, 100 picks.
Nice. Let's go. Did we get the Denver pick yet? I'm way behind.
We did not. Tony Scheffler is out looking like a 1980s porn star.
It's great. You're going to love it.
I'm going to love it? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Dude, he looks like what's his name from The Good Guys.
Yep. That's a good point. Yep. That's true.
Ryan Gosling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He looks like a perverted middle school teacher. What is he doing?
Oh yeah, I like that pick. Oh yeah, they needed some edge.
Yeah, they need edge bad. Jonah Ellis has been rough.
Junior Colson.
R.I.P. Bronco Eddie. He said, "I like that." That was the guy in the barrel, wasn't it? At Mile High.
I think so.
I think he always wore just the barrel and suspenders.
I remember I didn't know his name was Eddie, but I remember who you're talking about.
Yeah, I didn't know his name either. I just assumed that's Bronco Eddie, but Jonah Ellis is I mean, that fits too. He's close to home in Utah. Marcus Golden, that's a good comp. I think he's a little better than Marcus Golden, or at least he has more upside than Marcus Golden. But I do like that pick. Yeah, I was the first thing P2P asked me was about the Steelers taking offensive linemen, and I was gushing. I love it.
Oh, that's awesome.
I mean, just watching Troy Fatano, violent bully. That's what we want. Yeah, so is Frazier. He's a wrestler. So just get nasty on the O-line. That's what we want. I'm a little surprised. I mean, have the Broncos moved down at all? Raiders pick is in. Are we saying Jalen Wright for the Raiders?
No.
Or is it
they go tackle? That should be a safety. Idiots. They go tackle.
Oh, they went out tackle? You already see it?
Mm-hmm. Delmar Glaze.
Wow, Glaze. In the third, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Little surprised by that. I guess not that surprised. Man, a lot of because Omegaji went. Where did Omegaji go again?
The Bears. Don't love that.
Oh,
I do love that, but also for him, I think it's a good fit. But as a Packers fan, don't love that.
And then Goncalves is still on the board. Christian Jones.
Mm-hmm.
As long as Christian Jones goes above Walter Rouse, that's all that matters to me. But yeah, Caden Wallace already going too. Yeah, the tackles are getting a little bit thinned out here. The Texans. Isn't there still a good safety on the board?
Jaden Hicks.
Jaden Hicks is still. Oh my God. Now screw the Texans. I want them to fall to Pittsburgh.
I have to say, yes, I'm very excited. For myself, for Chad, speaking for Chad as a Packers fan, couldn't have gone any better so far tonight. I don't believe we've went linebacker safety, and that's exactly what we all wanted. So
T. Higgins has not been moved. Trey Hendrickson has not been moved. Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, all still on the board. So
I don't think it's going to happen. I think
who's more excited about the O-line pick, Boggs, you or me? I don't know. I have been desperately wanting O-line help for Pittsburgh. I have hated the O-line. So it's probably pretty close. So the Texans traded up to this spot.
Oh, they just traded up? Did they?
Uh-huh. They said from 86 to 78. Who are they getting in front of the Cardinals to take? A corner. It must be a corner. Peyton Wilson, maybe? A linebacker? That's who it is. It's Peyton Wilson.
That's a good one.
I'm going to look on Wiki. I'm going to cheat. I'm 2 minutes behind on the stupid Fubo, so who cares? Oh, they don't even have it on Wiki yet.
Oh,
what the
boy.
hell?
It's on commercial on TV. Okay. So
where are my WikiLeaks?
Cowboys.
Did we hit? Is Troy Franklin dead? Did he pass
away?
I
don't know. They must not. I had to remember when we first started doing this, I said, I think he's really good underneath. I think he's got fast enough speed to get deep, but you don't see it on tape. But I cannot believe that he is still on the board.
Yeah, it feels like, I mean, you weave in one drill and that can't be all of it.
No.
But you weave in one drill. Here's this pick. Someone said Troy Franklin keeps falling. Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I would love that.
Falcons.
Yeah, all the Steelers fans now. It's a lot of Steelers, but Roman Wilson still on the board. TJ Tampa still on the board. What is wrong with TJ Tampa? I don't like. Yeah, there is. It's not. We're not getting like a ton of guys just drastically falling, but we're getting guys falling here. I'm surprised Spencer Rattler. I can't believe 6 QBs went in the first, and we didn't get one in the second. What the hell's that all about? Spencer Rattler or Pratt didn't go in the second?
I don't know if they'll go in the third. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think Pratt should go.
Spencer Rattler will definitely go in the third, right?
Yeah, I think he should. The Rams should take him, if nothing else, with, was it 98, 99, something like that? The Rams
Well, they got a pick coming up, too.
Do they? They should take him.
They're right after the Cardinals. Cardinals could take a backup QB, too, because it's Desmond Ridder right now. Desmond Ridder is miserable. Texans trade 86 and 123 for 78. Wow.
Say it again. 86 and what?
73 or 123 to move up to 78 to move up 8 spots. Ryan Wormley, what is going on, my friend? How are you?
I am good. Sorry, I was supposed to hop on a few minutes ago, and as I was setting up, it is 8:15 here in Denver. I got the doorbell ringing. My dog started freaking out. There was a salesman here, like trying to sell me on stuff in the rain, in the dark. I was like, my guy, and he was like,
"What was he selling? The Church of Mormon?"
Pushy. No, it was like a exterminator, like bug stuff for the yard and everything. He was like doing another house in the neighborhood. I was like, yeah, like, so I gotta go. And he just like kept I was like, my guy, it's 8 o'clock at night.
It's 8. What are you doing knocking on people's doors?
And he apologized for it being late, but he still, wasted my time.
But I gotta do my pitch. Yeah.
I heard about to get him to go away, and that's I'm a relatively new homeowner, and that was one thing I did not anticipate is all the salesmen that come by all the time. So
you got to put up a no soliciting sign.
Yeah,
for sure. I'm gonna send one to you as a housewarming gift.
I appreciate that. I'm sure this is what everybody wants to be hearing about on the night of the NFL draft.
It's fine. It's not the biggest crowd. It's just a loyal crowd.
Yeah, that's good.
So we like it. Kalen Bullock to the Texans. I said safety. I think that's a great pick for them. Let's get your take on some of the things that have already happened here, Mr. Wormley. So first of all, tell me about your Ravens draft. Do you like Nate Wiggins? Are you happy with Wiggins? And who else have the Ravens got? I'm like,
just Rosengarten, just the two, just the tackle from Washington, and unless there was one in the last few minutes that I missed when I was at the front door.
No, salesman didn't screw you out any Ravens picks, so you're all good.
It looks like they're up again in whatever that is, 12 picks or so. But yeah, I really wanted offense early in this draft. I really wanted a tackle or just any offensive lineman in the first round. That's what I told all my friends who are Ravens fans that I was talking about the whole time is I want in these first 3 rounds, I want 2 offensive linemen and a receiver. I was like, go all in. And the reason for that wasn't necessarily they have to go fill their biggest need or anything like that. It was when I look at this Ravens roster, and this isn't true of every roster, but it's how I see the Ravens roster. The best path to a Super Bowl is beefing up the offense around Lamar. For other teams, it might be defensive players. I'm not saying that's the only path to a Super Bowl, but given the state of this roster, I mean, you look at the defense, Madubuike, Roquan, Kyle Hamilton. I was like, listen, if Zach Orr is going to be a good defensive coordinator, then that spine of the defense is good enough to carry them. And if he's not a good defensive coordinator in year 1, then it's not going to matter what rookie they took at pick number 30. So I say all that to say I really wanted a tackle. And then all the tackles went off the board. Tyler Guyton, of course, was kind of the last one I was looking at. He went to the Cowboys the pick before. Wiggins was not my favorite cornerback. I liked DeJean. you kind of split hairs on Kool-Aid. Obviously, like
I couldn't believe I actually liked the Ravens pick because I didn't like the player. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Here's what I will say though. As somebody who initially wasn't a fan of the pick, I'll say two things. One is the last time I was this against a Ravens first round pick, just like purely as a fan, it was Marlon Humphrey, which ended up being a great pick back in 2017. And the other thing I will say is, I don't know if you saw, there was like a clip. The Ravens were on the clock for about 10 seconds before submitting this pick of Nate Wiggins. They were eyeing him the entire time. When they are that convicted, especially on a defensive player in the first round, the Ravens typically don't miss. So that has given me a ton of optimism. And obviously there's stuff to like about Wiggins, as I'm not saying he's terrible or anything, but that has really helped.
Cover. He has a tough time tackling.
Yeah.
So
willing tackler, but just small. And he's not Emmanuel Forbes. We just saw a tiny cornerback really struggle in year one.
Right.
He's not, I know he's also small like Forbes. He's not like,
they're different players.
Yes,
very,
very
isn't even an aggressive tackler. Like he'll throw his body around, but I don't, he doesn't have form. I think Nate at least has form.
Yeah.
So,
Nate,
and Rosengarten just addresses a need, right? So
huge need. Obviously, he played on the right side for Washington because that was the blind side. But he's already talked about in kind of his early press conference about being able to do both. Ooh, yeah, wide receiver off.
Like that
one.
Burton, a guy that our guy Debro loves. He's been talking him up
Burton.
all.
I'm like a minute behind for some.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize.
It doesn't matter. I'm too far behind for it to matter. So, but I unfortunately do like that pick for Cincinnati. Yeah, look, I'll get a Ravens guy on here to talk about good Ravens picks. I'm never having a Bengals fan on here.
Well, I will say to you, I have really liked the Steelers picks.
You're preaching to the choir here. I'm sure you saw me on
was obviously, the Ravens got the other tackle from Washington. Your guy was probably my favorite offensive lineman in the draft, not named Joe Alt. I love him. And
I was initially upset because I saw that someone said, watch him play center. And I was like, you're going to move a tackle to center? Like, because center's was a huge need for the Steelers as well. And I was like, I want him at tackle. I don't want him at center. So like when we got off last night, I was like, all right, boys, I'm going to go cry. So I'll see you guys later. And then I start reading through, because obviously I was doing this. I didn't get to see the comments as they were happening, that Tomlin was like, he's a tackle. We're not moving him. And I way happier then. And then Frazier in the second round, who I was praying would fall. So I was very, very excited about those two picks. And it's just,
you should be
what the Steelers need to do with a good defense. You need to run the ball down teams' throats, keep the defense gassed up to put pressure on the opposing quarterback. That's what you need to do.
And, take last year's first round pick, then couple that with the first two picks this year. Those are three really strong selections on the offensive line, just entirely rebuilding it. And,
gotta keep the field clean. Gotta keep the fields clean, I guess I should say. But last year it was the picket fence, which is way worse. I'm not good at dad jokes because I'm not a dad.
Do you have one for Russ yet? That's what you probably need.
I don't like. I don't like Russ. So we don't have to talk about that. So all right. So let's get some of the stuff that happened earlier, and we're gonna get your takes on it here. Let's just talk about how are you ranking, Wormley, the quarterbacks for Dynasty here, because it is Caleb 1.
Yeah.
We talked to John Lobb a little bit earlier. He said he's going to have McCarthy at 2 ahead of Daniels. Are we drinking Thor's Kool-Aid here about McCarthy and we're going to move him all the way up to 2, or does it still need to be Jaden because he can run and he's in the Cliff Kingsbury offense?
Well, as you might remember from our conversations on the Fantasy Pros Dynasty podcast that you and I are a part of, along with Fitz, I've been like maybe the high guy on May the whole time. But what I kept saying was, he is my second favorite quarterback, even for fantasy, ahead of Daniels, even with the rushing difference, because I just liked May that much. But if he goes to New England, I will have to possibly reconsider. And now I'm having
but it's okay. They got Jalen Polk, who's slow. So
I actually like Polk a bit, but not a flawless receiver for him, and not the guy I would want to be his wide receiver 1, certainly. So having to now reevaluate it is tough. The question is, of course, it's the guy who has the legs, which is a cheat code for quarterbacks in fantasy. People have been talking about that for over a decade. and then it's the guy in the unreal landing spot. I think probably I would still lean towards Daniels of those two, with May falling down to 4 just based on the landing spot entirely. Because I don't think the Washington Commanders are a bad landing spot. I know McCarthy went to one of the best landing spots we've ever seen a rookie quarterback go to, but Washington has Terry McLaurin. We saw a lot of good stuff out of Jahan Dotson in year 1, less so in year 2. There are talent, they are starting to address other pieces on the line. There's a path there where I think that's a pretty good offense that he can be in control. I don't really love, Cliff Kingsbury, obviously, as an offensive coordinator. There's knocks against it. But I think given the rushing ability, which is insane, and given just the ridiculous season he had, I mean, he just was the Heisman. It's not like a guy that you look at a lot of these mobile quarterbacks that come in, and oftentimes, not all the time, I'm talking as a Lamar guy, oftentimes though, they are maybe not quite as polished passing the ball because they haven't had to be. They've been able to, just take off and run whenever they need to and pick up the first down.
Jane Daniels have 55 starts between ASU and LSU.
So experienced. Yeah. Has some guys to throw to in Washington. They got Sinat as well. I love that pick. And so I think I would still go with Daniels, but I see the case for JJ. I mean, that getting to throw,
they passed the ball more than any offense last year.
It's a great play caller, just a great offense to play in.
Good
Justin
weapons.
Jefferson, Jordan Addison. I mean,
Hawkinson when he gets healthy.
Hawkinson, you can and he's young, so you can make the case for the upside with McCarthy too. So I totally get the case. I would go Caleb, Daniels, JJ, May, which I think is probably chalky right now, and I think that's subject to change in the coming days, but that's how I would stand currently.
How about your thoughts on the running? We've only had the 2 running backs go so far, but you like Brooks going to Carolina and Benson going to Arizona?
Yeah, Carolina was a spot that Debro has talked a lot about on our shows as a sneaky good landing spot for a running back. Obviously, Miles Sanders a disappointment, and they get what the guy who a lot of people thought was the best one in this draft and would have been maybe the clear best one if not for the injury.
Only the smart people.
I was gonna say, I don't need to tell you that, Bogman. Jonathan Brooks is a running back I quite like, and I see the case. To me, the knock against the landing spot is less, Miles Sanders is there and whatever. It's will the offense be good enough to score enough touchdowns with Bryce Young? Bryce Young needs to take a step forward for Jonathan Brooks to pay off. There was some, talk on Twitter, people pointing out that not only has Dave Canales kind of been like a quarterback whisperer in the last couple of spots, he's been really good for running backs too. And he will stick with the run with his workhorse guy. So I do like the landing spot. I mean, if I was laying out every possible team in the order of where I would have wanted a running back to go, Carolina wouldn't have been first, but they wouldn't have been, near the bottom either. I think it's a pretty good landing spot. And then Trey Benson, I don't think James Conner is gonna, his free agent next year. Maybe they would bring him back. I don't know. I wouldn't think so. I would think that this is he can contribute if Connor is hurt this year and also be in a committee this year. It's not like Benson's not going to play, and then be like kind of the clear workhorse guy in a year. So I do like the landing spot and I like the player too.
How about the wide receiver and CK, jump in if you have a question for Worm at any point here. But the wide receivers, like we know, how is your top 3 ordered? Is it just the chalk, Harrison, Neighbors, Odunze, just like that?
Yeah. I would say definitely Harrison 1, obviously. Like I wouldn't consider anything like that. I did like Neighbors the player better than Odunze the player. I gotta tell you, I really love Odunze in Chicago with Caleb Williams long term. I don't care that he's like wide receiver 3 going into the season, behind Moore and Allen, because I don't think Allen is very long for Chicago. I think Odunze is a better player than DJ Moore, and I'm saying that as a Terp. And
DJ Moore is an awesome player. He's very good.
And Odunze,
I mean, then you're in the Odunze is Larry Fitzgerald.
I think
if you think he's better than DJ, DJ is amazing.
DJ is awesome. I just think Odunze fits a different role, right, in a receiving corps than DJ Moore does. Again, once Keenan Allen is not there anymore, which again I don't really expect him to be there after this year. I just it's going to be such a great 1-2 punch in Chicago with a quarterback that has the talent to be one of the 3 best quarterbacks in the sport. Who knows if he actually gets there, but he's got that kind of talent. So I think I would actually probably consider strongly drafting Odunze over Neighbors in rookie drafts. Because we don't know what the quarterback situation is going to look like long-term in New York. As much as I love the player, I also love Odunze, and I really feel good about the quarterback that he's paired with, unlike the other guy. So, I mean, if I'm picking between 2 players who I think are pretty close in talent, and one of them has Caleb Williams as his quarterback, and the other one has Daniel Jones, and then question mark, I'm going to go with the guy who's paired with Caleb.
You're going to be, I just saw this pick.
I was going to say, we got to talk about this pick here.
Yeah. So just recapping some picks recently. Kalen Bullock goes to Houston, safety. It's exactly what they need. I thought that was smart. I talked about how the Colts have to fix the tackle behind Braden Smith. They went and got Matt Goncalves, so Blake Freeland can go to 3rd string or just off the team. Since he takes Jermaine Burton, a wide receiver, which is necessary for them. Christian Haynes to Seattle, great pick. Tip Ryman to the Cardinals was in the 3rd. Is crazy to me. He's a blocking tight end, and I don't know. It didn't. They have a lot of picks. They can afford to take weird picks, but Blake Corum goes to the Rams. CK, let's hear it. I like this landing spot. Kyron got hurt last year, right? And it's Ronnie Rivers behind him. So I love this landing spot. Tell us about what you think about Corum to the Rams.
Yeah, I think I like it too. It's not Dallas, maybe, which was the primary one that we wanted to see a running back at, but
still Jalen Wright on the board.
There's still Jalen Wright on the board. That's correct. But Kyron Williams, like you said, they wanted to, I think he had the most carries in the league last year, at least on a per game basis while he was healthy, because they just kept feeding him the ball. So we know they want to run it. So yeah, maybe he's not the primary ball carrier, but there's going to be plenty of carries to go around. So I like that fit for Blake Corum. I think he's going to be usable there.
Worm, your thoughts on Corum going to the Rams here?
Given the connection to Harbaugh, there was talk about him going to LA, just not this LA team. So
LA, same stadium.
From that perspective, a bit of a surprise. Yeah, it's interesting. I almost think less about what it does for Corum, who was not, that high on my list of running backs going into the draft. Not that he was like low, but he wouldn't have been in my top 2 or 3, I don't think. But I think about more what it will do for Kyron, particularly in Dynasty, and just having the other option there, a guy who was obviously like so productive in college. You obviously in the modern NFL, there's room for 2 good running backs in the backfield. It's when you have 3 that you worry about the committee. So it's not like that crazy concerning, but I do think it's interesting, and I'll be curious to kind of see how that pans out. I mean, if Sean McVay is taking an offensive skill position player, I'm probably going to be on board with that pick. So I'm excited to see him when he gets his opportunity.
All right. The only pick you can't ruin for me here is the Steelers' next pick. So I'm still way behind. I'm still watching Blake Corum's family celebrate. So
I will say,
I am.
Are you guys an NFL Network watcher or an ESPN watcher?
Network.
Same.
Yeah, I'm not a ESPN guy anymore. The tragedy porn from ESPN is what made me go away from
I heard aren't they doing that? Didn't they do that on ABC this year as opposed to ESPN? Like they saved the ABC broadcast was like the background like personality broadcast, and
is that
ESPN
right?
Was the full, that's what I heard. I watch NFL Network, so I don't know for sure.
Here's the worst thing that ever happened to this prospect in his life. Let's talk about it ad nauseum here. So I got Dawn Aponte, who is actually smiling this year. I think they maybe told her, "Look, you look mean if you're not smiling, lady. So please smile." She just looks like she wasn't having a good time. Tell me it's Troy Franklin or TJ Tampa.
I've seen the pic, so I'm not saying.
Yeah, I've seen it too.
Yeah.
Roman Wilson. Yeah, I'll take it. There we go. Get a big whiteout.
I like Wilson. I like that pick. Is there something going on with Franklin, by the way?
Yeah, there has to be.
Like
it's got to be medical. I
was going to say, like, is it a medical thing? Like, I wasn't aware of any kind of issue like that, but to be on the board at this point is pretty shocking to me for him. He was a guy I really liked.
Man, I love
Roman Wilson. I think it's a good pick. I like Wilson a lot.
I love this. Watching JJ McCarthy throw to him, CK, like he would go over the top and make these amazing catches. I mean, I don't know that he is like, I think Pearsall's better, but I think Pearsall in the first versus Roman Wilson in the third, I would much rather have Roman Wilson at this cost. So I really like this pick, and it gives the Steelers at least a slot option because it's Quez Watkins right now, and it's been a little ugly in Pittsburgh. And now we got Wilson to Wilson here, R. Wilson to R. Wilson to start this season until
you heard it
Justin
here first.
Fields.
He officially says Russell Wilson is starting over Justin Fields.
Well, that's what I expect to happen for about 5 weeks, and then Justin Fields takes over. Look, Russell Wilson, I don't like it. Everybody knows I don't like it, but the Steelers also said we don't have any. There is nothing keeping Russell Wilson here. So if he's bad in the preseason and they have a better backup than nothing that is currently on the roster, then yeah, Justin Fields will get the week 1 starting gig. But yeah, I like Roman. 2 back-to-back Michigan players. Rich Eisen's all pumped up.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Which
Michigan
guy
I would have been happy to see in Baltimore. I think that's yet again the Steelers making a pick that I begrudgingly am a fan of. I'm enjoying your draft against my will.
Yeah, watch it. Well, I'm like opening up your eyes like that guy in Bird Box. You have to watch it. You have to watch Roman Wilson get drafted.
Yeah. Can I flip it around and ask you a question? Because that's what I usually do when we podcast. Is I'm often the host instead. Beyond those top wide receivers, we talked a lot, in doing our mock drafts together and any kind of rookie rankings show about how in Superflex drafts there's a clear top 8, became 8 once McCarthy kind of elevated to that point. And then 9 through like 18 was basically going to be dependent on the landing spot, because you could everybody has their personal favorites, but it's really going to be dependent on where these guys go. After seeing, 10 or 12 or so of them go off the board, I don't know what the exact number is at this point, I don't feel like I have any better of a sense of how I want to rank them. Do you? I feel like, you'll see like maybe a little like Worthy, obviously, I as a Texas guy, I know to be excited about, and getting paired with Patrick Mahomes, very obvious fit. Maybe that's one where it's kind of clear where he's going to go. And Brian Thomas was kind of the guy that was sitting in that wide receiver 4 spot, but like Ladd McConkey, I like the player paired with Justin Herbert in an offense that doesn't throw that much. So his target share might be pretty high, but the actual volume of targets, maybe not. Keon Coleman, divisive player, seems like a good fit in Buffalo, though. Jalen Polk, again, a guy that some people don't like as much. Thor has him way down on his Thor 500, but is now like maybe the top target getter in New England, like with the talented quarterback. It's just, to me, it's like I really don't know what I'm going to do from about like the 111 through like the 115. I'm kind of throwing my hands up right now, and I really need to sit down and kind of tinker with it.
All right. So obviously Harrison, Neighbors, Odunze, the same order, right? I think everyone's going to have that. If you want to put Neighbors ahead, you want to put Odunze ahead, like however you want to arrange those guys, they're all great. So obviously I've got Xavier at 4, but I have Coleman at 5. And that to me is an absolute coin flip. I think you're going to have bigger, and I don't think I'm surprising anyone saying this, you're going to have bigger boomer bust weeks from Worthy, and you're going to have consistent, 5 for 55, and you hope he gets in the end zone for Coleman, or 6 for 70 if he starts out hot. You know what I mean? So Coleman is a target magnet going to Buffalo who needs a target. So I think that's the biggest thing. I have Ladd right after those guys because I think he could be a number 1 in LA. And we had John Lobb on to talk about this earlier, and he's a Brian Thomas guy, and I like Brian Thomas a lot, and I think in talent, he's definitely 4 in this class. I hate the landing spot in Jacksonville. I don't like it because it feels like they're doing everything in their power to make sure that Christian Kirk works more than anything else. It's like, all right, let's get Gabe Davis. Let's go and get Brian Thomas. We're going to stretch the field so we can hit these guys underneath and get them more open like Kirk and Ingram, right? They haven't taken advantage of these downfield shots with a guy like Trevor Lawrence yet. So I'm going to have him. I like this pick as Zinter to the Browns too, by the way.
I was hoping Zinter might get to the Ravens. I want them to take another offensive lineman, particularly a guard. I like that.
You got one coming up here pretty quick after Tampa.
Yeah,
Tampa's got 2 in here. One of those needs to be a running back too. Wait a minute.
Got to trade though. Niners up now.
The Niners just traded up, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Who are the Niners taking here? But anyway, getting back to the wide receivers. So it's for me, it's gonna go Harrison, Neighbors, Odunze, Worthy, Coleman, McConkey, then Brian Thomas. Then I'm gonna have Adonai. I know he slipped in the draft, but I just think that there's a possibility for him to move past Josh Downs to be the number 2 guy in this offense behind Pittman. Obviously, Taylor is really the number one, but the number 2 receiver, I think, could be Adonai by the middle of the year. Although I just like all those guys working in tandem. Really, it's best for Anthony Richardson. So I think, I'm raising Anthony Richardson more than I even had him coming in here. Pearsall, I mean, we got to see the trade first before I move Pearsall up, really, right? Mm-hmm. Because sitting behind Debo and Ayuk it's just not a good spot to be in. Like, sure, they get rid of Juwan Jennings, but Kittle is still there, and everyone is behind McCaffrey. So don't really love the landing spot. Leggett, our boy Xavier, who won a huge bet, by the way, CK, I'll tell you about that in a little bit. But, he pointed out, this is Jonathan Mingo 2.0, and you spent too high of a pick for Mingo last year. So who are the Niners taking?
Dominic Pooney.
All right. They needed some online help. That's not bad. So I have Leggett behind Pearsall. Then I have Polk. Maybe I move Polk up. Actually, you know what? I am going to move Polk up ahead of Pearsall. But Roman Wilson and Malachi Corley, I am going to keep them low. Like, I like Roman Wilson for my team, but we saw what the Steelers have been doing. And why do you go out and you take a guy like Roman Wilson? Because he's been in this run first, run heavy offense forever. So he knows how to run block. And, we know the dude can catch the ball. He's awesome with the ball in his hand. So, but he is going to be lower because there's just not going to be as much opportunity for him in the Steelers offense. So I'm going to have him ranked pretty low. And Malachi Corley, I'm going to have pretty low too, because it's just like, it's the same thing with Ben Sinnott going to Washington. I did not like that landing spot for him. Those guys are package guys, right? Like, Corley is a middle of the field, short throw package dude. Ben Sinnott is a goal line, short yardage package guy. Those guys are going to be lower for me. I think the rest of the wide receivers, even the guys that I don't particularly care for, like Leggett and like Polk, are going to be out there every down. So the opportunities are going to be more there for them. So, but Corley, Roman Wilson, going to be ranked pretty low because of the offenses they're in. Pick Jalen Wright, for God's sake, Cowboys. Let's go.
I'm totally with you on Corley for 2 reasons. One is, you're right, he needs to be used the right way, and I don't exactly trust the offensive brain trust in New York to use him in a creative, fun way. And the other is Aaron Rodgers. Like, they're like very much in win now mode, and B, he typically is not the biggest fan of like bringing along the rookie and like letting him work through mistakes. Like, I see a very clear path to him not getting.
CK's a Packer fan, so he knows.
Okay.
So,
yes. And it's like Marvin Mims last year, where like he gets like fairly decent draft capital, and people are like, oh, like, kind of get excited about it, and then it's like still just doesn't get used the way we want. I could very easily see that, different types of players, but I could see that kind of pattern playing out again with Corley. So I'm totally with you there. I really liked Pearsall, just as a prospect. And it's like, you get the first round draft capital, you're in a great offense, but there's so many mouths to feed, like, even if they make a trade, like you said. So he's a really tough one for me to land on. Cause again, like, you look at great offense, great player, in my opinion, great draft capital. Oh, check. And yet it's still like, it's really hard to see the path to meaningful targets.
A team that wants to run the ball, where you have 4 other targets ahead of him at least right now.
Yeah.
Where I forgot to put Burton in here. He is pick 80.
I put him between Leggett and Corley on mine.
Okay. So CK, tell me, where are you? So that's at the bottom then, huh? Or Polk's at the bottom for you. You don't like Polk.
Yeah, Polk's down there. I have Roman Wilson at the very bottom, and then Corley, Polk, Burton, Leggett, and going from the bottom up.
Do you Burton pick has nothing to do with T. Higgins getting traded, right?
Nothing yet. I don't think so.
Because in my 7-round mock, I traded him to the Cardinals for pick 104 because he's on the 1-year deal. The Cardinals are one of the few teams that can afford $21 million, whatever they're paying him this year. So I still think that could happen, but I don't know. You don't get these guys traded now. I mean, are they going to be traded tomorrow early? Because those picks go so fast tomorrow. You know, you don't really want to trade live as stuff is happening tomorrow because it's boom, 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 boom. It's so fast tomorrow. So a little surprised we haven't seen any movement. We haven't seen Ayuk or Debo.
Well, do you think they would
Debo
get moved?
more likely.
Do you think they would get moved tomorrow? Because you're not moving them for a pick in that range. So what's the point at that point?
If they get moved tomorrow, it's for picks in the 2025
in
NFL
the future,
draft.
Yeah. But
Probably.
if you're doing
And
it for
at
a
this
future
point-
draft, you don't need to do it on draft day anyway.
Nope.
Right. I do think that like T. Higgins, because of the massive contract, same thing with Trey Hendrickson. I think he was extended a couple years ago, maybe not, but I think those guys on bigger deals can be moved tomorrow just because there's only certain teams you can trade them to anyway because of the cap. So like T. Higgins is a guy I could see move tomorrow. The same thing with Debo too, but it's much more likely a deal gets done before the end of this round, and we're 13 picks away. So I would I don't know if we're going to see it here. What is it? Is this Peyton Wilson or is this a wideout for the Cowboys?
It's a linebacker, but it's not Peyton Wilson.
Linebacker that's not Peyton Wilson. Colson went. Who the hell is it then? It is it Eichenberg or Trotter?
Marist.
You're significantly behind.
Yeah, I'm way behind. Yeah,
I've seen it.
I think it's because I'm on a Roku.
I
don't know. So, but I would rather be a minute behind and pay what I'm paying instead of paying DirecTV what I was paying them before.
Yeah,
it's a lot of money.
That's fair.
Maris Liufau. When is the Cowboys' next pick after this?
Not this round.
Yeah, tomorrow.
They don't have a pick until the 5th. 174 is their next pick.
They don't have a 4th. Interesting.
Yeah, no 4th. They flipped it to who was it? That pick went to the Kansas City Chiefs. What trade was that? It was a pick last year. Traded a 5th round selection. Oh, that's a 5th. Who'd they trade the 4th to? 4th. They traded to the Niners. I guess that was to move up earlier. Nope, that's the Trey Lance pick.
There's another running back.
To the Packers?
To the Packers.
Did they take Braylon Allen?
Wow.
Marshawn Lloyd.
Marshawn Lloyd. Oh,
interesting.
Man. I don't like that landing spot for him.
I really like Lloyd the player. I do not like the landing spot.
I like Josh Jacobs a lot. So D-Bro and I are going to fight about this one because I know he loves Lloyd.
He's higher on Lloyd. He has Lloyd RB1.
That's crazy, man.
I like Lloyd quite a bit, so I'm not like that wowed by it, but I don't, RB1 is obviously, a lot. But
D-Bro.
I don't like that landing spot at all.
Yeah, it's not great. What do you think about you got to like this pick though, right? CK for your boys?
Oh yeah. AJ Dillon leaves next year. Josh Jacobs is the Thunder. Marshawn Lloyd's the Lightning. Comes out of the backfield, catching passes, kind of like Aaron Jones. Yeah, I like the pick a lot.
Yeah, I think Lloyd passes AJ Dillon in the depth chart immediately. Sure. He's just so much better. The nice thing is that he has worked in a committee before. So it's not like he's going to go from getting every carry like a Braylon Allen at Wisconsin, who might go here to the Bucks. They need a running back bad too. And they need a thumper too. So I wouldn't be shocked here, but yeah, I'm a little surprised. But the Packers, The Packers roster is so damn good. I know Guthrie hates hearing me say this because he's a Bears fan, but the Packers roster is so good. They just get to take BPA or whoever they need or want at any point. It doesn't really matter. So, man, I hope Jaden Hicks falls to the Steelers or TJ Tampa's still on the board too. What's going on there? Have we seen anything? Is TJ Tampa like bad medicals or something weird?
I haven't seen a thing.
Nothing.
I feel like it's kind of fair to assume when you get to this stage of day 2 that if a guy you expected to go much earlier is falling, like there's a decent chance there's maybe a hidden medical thing we didn't know about. Not that that's everybody. Sometimes guys just fall, but I kind of lean towards that assumption when we get to this stage.
The Iowa State fans are upset. I can tell you that from typing in his name on Twitter. So sorry, Aaron. Aaron, are you seeing anything about it? If you haven't been blown away by a tornado, Aaron is an Iowa State fan here. So Tyke Smith to the Bucks, not bad. Man, corner or Jaden Hicks falling to Pittsburgh. Let's go. I could see Jaden Hicks going to your boys though at Baltimore. Were they picking 4 picks, 5 picks? Was that
there's 3 picks and then them.
So 93, I guess. So wait a minute, did the Cardinals just trade up here? Am I missing something? Did the Cardinals just trade for this? Or were they up and I wasn't looking at it right? Marshawn Lloyd. No, they just traded with Houston. Or this pick was from Houston earlier. My God. I'm on the wiki. I don't know if you guys have ever gone to the wiki, but this is from 2023. So this has always been the Cardinals pick. Troy Franklin. I'm so far behind you guys. You guys have known it for 2 days.
It might be the most surprising pick, I think, so far of the entire draft. Just such
a reach.
They
need a corner, but yeah, this does feel like a reach, especially with some of these other corners on the board. Yeah, that's a surprise. So who do we want for Baltimore here, Worm?
I do think they need a receiver. It doesn't necessarily need to be this pick, but I don't think that need has gotten discussed enough because the offensive line need was so great that in Baltimore and, amongst Baltimore fans was what.
Yeah, but they just extended Rashad Bateman, though.
I like Bateman, and I think there's real upside on the deal he signed, but like you're obviously not counting on him as, a guy atop your wide receiver room. And I like Zay Flowers, but part of what made Lamar really successful last year was a number of things, but part of it was that he actually had multiple receiving options for the first time in his career. And I know Odell wasn't, very consistent and he's, washed at this point. But just having another guy out there that there was some degree of connection with Lamar, that you could reasonably put 3 receivers on the field and defenses would have to be concerned about all of them, which has literally never been the case in the Lamar Jackson era in Baltimore before. I would like to get back to that. Obviously the tight ends are great in terms of Andrews and Likely, but even if you're giving credit to Bateman, like as a viable starting option, I want another receiver in that room. If there's no medical issue, I wouldn't hate Troy Franklin. He was somebody I really liked early on in the process. I'm trying to think of like what other receivers would be a particularly good fit. I know Debro is a very big fan of Javon Baker. I don't really want Tez Walker. Jalen McMillan was obviously kind of, behind the other guys on that Washington depth chart.
How about Malik Washington?
I
like
love
him for
Malik
Baltimore.
Washington.
I like him for Baltimore.
I'm not. Is there? I mean, just he's small, and so is Zay Flowers. So I'm wondering if that
they both make a lot of people miss.
They do.
Make them miss.
I really like Malik Washington. I think he's going to be a great value for whoever takes him. I'm not really sure where he's kind of I'm not the one who did the 7-round mock draft like Bogman did. So I don't have everybody assigned to an actual round as we get later.
I had him going to the Niners, but they took Pearsall early.
Yeah.
So
I like Washington a lot, honestly. I think he's gonna be a really good player.
I think I mean, I don't know. Have you seen what the Packers are doing here, CK? Your guys? Is it? I mean, this could be Tampa. Aaron said he thinks that TJ Tampa not going to the Senior Bowl probably really hurt him. So, I mean, I guess that's possible, but it does. I think, like Worm said, it does feel like it might be something medical when it's this. You know, he's a projected early second round pick, and we're late in the third, and he's still gone. So maybe we're just all too in love with the length, right? But I don't know. He's got to go. I think TJ Tampa will go before round 4.
But
and
by the way,
it's definitely medical.
I'm looking back at some of the comments on the stream, and I just noticed Aaron saying poor Terp fan has Brian Ferentz now. Yeah, that was a disappointing update to read.
yeah. I mean, you don't like offense anyway, right? So it's fine. Look, the Maryland, I can't talk shit about because Texas played him twice. Maryland beat him twice. So, yeah,
I have a strong recollection of those games.
Big wins in Maryland history, and
not just to get one of them, but to lose both.
Me doing this. You have a home that you paid the Terps for, and they beat you and get money. Don't like it. So, it's the way it goes, though. All right, who's the pick for the Packers? You're way ahead of me, so you just say.
I still haven't seen it.
It's not out yet.
Yeah,
we're still waiting.
I like the guy in the mariachi hat and the aviators.
Actually, the Ravens are already on the clock according to the screen in the background up there, but we still haven't even announced the Packers.
Yeah, they're just filibustering to try to stretch this out to 10:30, I think. Or 8:30 for you, I guess.
Another linebacker. Let's go.
Another linebacker. This is Peyton?
Tyron Hopper. They hate injured guys.
Hopper. Okay. I think, doesn't Tyron Hopper have special teams experience?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, Peyton
and
Wilson
he can rush the passer.
Should be.
So is Peyton Wilson a medical reason for calling?
100%.
Yeah.
It's medicals going in because he had some big injuries in college.
Okay. I knew there was some in his history. I didn't know if it was like an active.
Nothing new. No, he hasn't been hurt for a while, but it is, Tyron Hopper. All right. And then Tampa Bay, and then the Ratbirds. What do you guys call? You call them the Stoolers?
The Squealers.
The Squealers. Okay.
Are we allowed to curse on this stream?
Sure. Yeah.
We definitely call it Schittsburg.
Schittsburg. Okay.
The Schittsburg Squealers.
Yep. Okay. I mean, Ratbirds just fit. Can't get rid of it. You know what's funny is, and I hate sharing all of this respect with you, but I think the Ravens have the coolest name in the NFL. The Ravens and the Steelers have like two of the most original names. Packers too. Very good.
Yeah.
Very city centric.
You say that about the respect. I do look. Here's a receiver. I do look at the Steelers with a lot more respect than the other AFC North teams. Like when I'm thinking about the rivalries, it's like, oh, Steelers, that's a franchise that we try and emulate, and I think they try and emulate us, and there's a mutual, like, we're kind of both the successul franchises in this division. The others, especially the Bengals, I just don't have respect.
The Bengals are like your little brother.
Yeah. I can't be too harsh on the Browns because the Ravens did.
I hope they go in the dirt. They have 0 Super Bowls. Jalen McMillan. I like McMillan a little more than Paul.
I wouldn't have been upset with McMillan if he was the pick for the Ravens here.
Do you think Trey Palmer gives that job up immediately to McMillan, CK, or do you like Palmer a little bit?
I like Trey Palmer a little bit more. I think it's a competition there, but I do like Trey Palmer. I like how shifty he is. I think McMillan's a little slow, but
yeah, he doesn't separate, but he does catch and he gets open and he'll make a guy miss. So I like him. I like him a decent amount. I think he'll beat out Palmer eventually, but I like Palmer too.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I like Raheem Jarrett there too. Speaking of Terps.
Yeah, there we go.
I like Raheem Jarrett. So, All right. Ravens up. Who do you want if you haven't seen it already?
I have not seen it already. I mean, again, I'm kind of assuming there's something medical. I would be very happy with Troy Franklin if there's nothing like that. So he's probably like the name that comes to mind. He's one of the last receivers where I would feel like he's somebody who could make a. Well, I mean, again, I do like Malik Washington. I'm not so sure about the fit in the receiver room, but I'd be happy with probably either of those two guys. I do want the Ravens to take a running back in this draft because Derrick Henry's 30 years old. But I don't want one here. So I wouldn't really want whoever your favorite running back is here.
I think Braylon Allen fits eventually for Baltimore. Like, just
I like Braylon Allen, the player, even more than Fitz does.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's slow, man. I have a hard time with him. CK, well, what do you think of Braylon Allen?
I think for as big as he is, he's slow. That I agree with that, but he has pretty good feet. He gets his feet chopping up pretty high. He doesn't get tripped a lot. And he's still, what is he, one of the 10 youngest players ever he'll be when he gets drafted?
Years old. Yeah.
I love how young he is.
19 or 20. Like he might have just turned 20.
He's had a big workload though. So, but I think, you just said Baltimore. I think that's a good fit for him later on.
I really like Estime as a fit in Baltimore later on. Again, not
similar skill set, right?
Not here. Yeah. I Estime is a guy that I've kind of circled as one of my ideal day 3 picks for the Ravens if they make it happen. Yeah, I mean, like Troy Franklin is the answer if there's not a medical issue.
I would be happy with Troy Franklin. We just took a whiteout, so
yeah, yeah.
But
by the way, I feel like a lot of fan bases say this. Anecdotally, I have not like crunched the numbers. I do feel like it's true with the Ravens that the NFL always goes to commercial right before the Ravens pick.
They did it for the Steelers earlier.
I feel like every year especially when you get into that like day 3, they're not like actually going out and announcing every pick as regularly. It's kind of just flying by on the bottom of the screen. When it gets to the Ravens, it's always a commercial. And it's just, I'm sure there's some, word for the bias that I'm having in that. I think it's always, out to get the Ravens, but it sure does feel that way.
I think it's just the popular teams. The Ravens are good now, right? The Steelers are popular. The Cowboys are popular. The Packers are popular. So, yeah, I mean, but they also went to commercial on a Panthers pick. So I don't know if there's really a good rhyme or reason. I think it's
wasn't Nikola Jokic in the NBA draft drafted during a commercial? Like it came up during like a
Taco Bell commercial.
Yes, a Taco Bell commercial. That's what it was.
That's awesome.
I mean, that is so stupid for the NBA too. You have 2 rounds, dude.
I know.
I mean, it's not like you have 7 rounds over 3 days like the NFL does. You have 2 rounds. Just fucking pick the guy. Come on, just show. Yeah. I was telling CK my dream for the NFL draft. I think there's too much pageantry, right? I don't think we need guest speakers for every pick. I don't think we need the fashion show, the red carpet before day 1. I think we need any of that crap. I want all the prospects in a room like the Royal Rumble, and you like the Price is Right. You get called up when your name. Come on down, Troy Franklin.
So you know what I was surprised by is I was surprised that Caleb Williams in the green room, his like area was towards the back because he had to walk past a lot of the other players. I'm like, you guys know he's going first. Put him right in the front.
Well, they don't want to put those other guys way in the back when they're gonna have to walk at the end of the day.
Man, I love Haloti Ngata so much.
Oh, I remember when that motherfucker broke Ben's nose on like the first drive of the game. Remember that?
Yes, I do remember
His nose
that.
Fucking sideways. It was like over here. And they're like, "You're good." I heard him talking about this on his podcast. I don't watch Roethlisberger's pod, but I saw a clip of it, and he was like, "Yeah, they were like trying to keep calm."
I have seen
you
the
can
pick.
say it whenever.
Adisa Isaac.
Ooh, the Ravens acquire Penn State edges like they're Infinity Stones.
Yes, I was gonna say.
They just love themselves some Penn State edges.
Edge was a position of need. Again, as I kind of said at the beginning of this segment, like I think the clearest path to a Super Bowl is loading up the offense around Lamar and not the defense. So like macro level, I'm a little disappointed that 2 of the first 3 picks in this draft were defensive players, but I like the player. And again, it is a position of need, so I can hardly complain about the Ravens getting a good player in the 3rd round. So, I mean, what do you think? You're more of like you more IDP than me and more focused on the defense.
I think Adisa Isaac is one of the best values at edge in this draft, right? He gets overlooked because Chop was on the other side.
Yeah.
And a lot of people think, and they probably were focusing a lot of coverage on Chop's side, but Chop got or whoever was on the other side got the one-on-one on that play, and you just saw Isaac blow him up. I think Adisa Isaac is more technically sound, right? So I don't know what you're getting from Ajabo, right?
Yeah.
He's just been so hurt. He hasn't been the same since he tore his Achilles at his pro day. So I think it was a good risk, especially with a team that was good already, but I don't know what you're getting from him. So I think getting Isaac here to add to that rotation is a very smart move. So I hate it. I don't like the pick. Despise it. Don't like Adisa Isaac anymore. But you know, that Ravens make good picks. I
feel like the Ravens alternate every year between really caring about production versus really caring about the athletic traits. And, you know, every pick they make, I feel like it's kind of one or the other. Like Odafe Owe famously had 0 sacks as a senior, but had all the talent in the world, made him a 1st round pick. You know, Isaac had I think it said 14.5 sacks in his career, over 30 tackles for loss. You know, it's just a different type of pick. I feel like they like to alternate between those. I'm happy with the player and the value. Philosophically, I would have preferred offense, but
Matt Mayfield, is that the OG Matt Mayfield from a while ago? What's up, man? How you doing? Here's Don Aponte for the Eagles pick. Who is this?
I love that pick. Jalix Hunt to the Eagles.
Ooh,
that's so good
pick.
That's such
Sam
a great
Houston
pick.
State. What up, Matt? What's going on, Mayfield? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Jalix Hunt. I do like this pick. This was a guy that I didn't know anything about coming into the process. Lengthy. Kind of reminds me of Owe a little bit. Look at this guy. I mean, you know, oh yeah, pitch me outside. Got it. That's an old shirt, man. I forgot about that one. Yeah, look at this. Oh, look at him wreck that dude's lunch. Oh, yeah, he's a fun player to watch. Gonna have to get coached up, but I mean, Jesus, you know, what do you have to do at Philly? They already have great edges. Didn't they add Bryce Huff too in the offseason? So Philly has this huge rotation. What is Buffalo doing here?
She's announcing it now.
They drafted your favorite player.
Christian Jones?
Nope. Dwayne Carter.
Nix. Oh, Dwayne Carter. That's good. They need some interior help too. He can give Ed Oliver a breather every once in a while. I think they need edge more though, because it's like Casey Toohill and Von Miller behind Gergo Russo and AJ Epinesa. I think they need to address that.
I got to get back to actually working for.
Boo! That's right. Hey, thanks for coming on, man.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate the invite and getting to talk a little dynasty action, a little Ravens stuff. Get to watch a pick live with you guys. So I appreciate you having me on. Yeah, good to meet you, CK.
Nice to meet you too.
Kind of live on the air.
Let's go, man.
Yeah, no, but yeah, Boggs, thanks for inviting me, and we'll be chatting later this week doing the dynasty.
Yeah. I forgot that we weren't doing a Sunday show. I was like texting with Fitz. I was like, did we get a time? He's like, I forgot to tell you. I'm like, I probably just forgot. So
yeah.
But all right, man. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. We'll see you later. Take it easy.
Take it easy, guys. Have a good rest of the stream.
Thank you. See ya.
All right. Just a couple picks left. Jacksonville, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, the Rams, and Washington. What is Jacksonville doing here?
Going to commercial break.
Going, of course.
That's what we're doing.
It's not
here.
the Ravens. So, and it's not my popular team either, because Jacksonville. Yeah, look, Jacksonville is good, but they're not a popular team. They're not the Giants or Jets.
I'm surprised we haven't seen JT Sanders get picked yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Tip Ryman went. These teams fucking.
He is officially dead last in my dynasty rankings. Of all the players that have been picked so far, I put him below Michael Penix.
He's never going to catch the ball. You know,
I know.
He's never going to put behind Michael Penix. Michael Penix is a marker. I can't believe that Rattler or Pratt have not gone.
I think we could. I'm still telling. I think the Rams could take one here.
The Rams should.
The
Rams,
should at least should take one.
But
Cincinnati's not gonna.
I definitely.
Who's Jacksonville's backup?
Mac Jones.
Oh, that's right. They traded for Mac this offseason. Yeah.
I definitely lost Welsh some money. He said, "What do you think about Rattler in the second?" I'm like, 6 went in the first. Of course, he's going in the second. That was words out of my mouth.
What did Xavier make some cash on?
Oh yeah. Let's take a look. So Xavier did this gigantic parlay for not much money. Must have been $1. But it was the first guys drafted. He hit it because it was Alt, Quinion, Sanat was second. Remember, he had Sanat as the second tight end. Tyler Nubin as the first safety. Edgerrin Cooper as the first linebacker, and JB as the first running back. So he won. He pocketed about $750. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, that's great.
That's great. Rams have Stinson back, correct? Why take one here? Stetson Bennett? That we're talking about?
Yeah, they had Stetson Bennett, but it's been difficult to get Stetson Bennett to show up for work.
Yeah,
so
I like how Stetson Bennett's career has went. That is one of the strangest careers from college to the pros.
He's a quarterback, but he's a fucking idiot.
He's an idiot. Yeah.
There's nowhere. No, you know. I don't know.
Highest rated players left. So Jeremiah must have known. He still got Troy Franklin down at 76 overall. So his top player is Peyton Wilson, and Christian Jones, Dorless, McLaughlin, JT Sanders, Mo Kamara, Chris Abrams-Drain, Cedric Gray, Franklin, and Hicks.
He must have I think he had Franklin higher than that. So he must have lowered
medical things there, or he's a douchebag. Right?
Maybe a little column A and column B.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's an asshole. I don't know, because that's the other thing that can happen when people drop this far is you learn that they completely blew the interview process. And
dude, who was the dude that got kicked out of the combine a couple of years ago? Who was that?
Yeah, I do remember someone getting kicked out, but I don't remember who it was.
Player kicked out of combine. Reuben Foster.
That worked out well.
Not a shock. Yeah.
I like this pick. I like that one.
I'm just so far behind. And then we get a stupid Bengals pick and then the Steelers. So I wouldn't hate Rattler to Pittsburgh. No stone unturned. I would love TJ Tampa or Jaden Hicks, though. I really like Jaden Hicks.
I get that.
Let's get it. Who is this walking up? Jimmy Stewart. Jerry Jones. That's your boy. You love Jerry Jones.
I do love Jerry Jones. That's my number 2 slot corner behind only Mikey Sanders still. So I like that.
It's a good pick. Yeah. Jaguars making good picks is weird. I hate Balky sucks, dude. How is he still a GM? This is a dude that hired Urban Meyer, is he not?
Yes, it is. He has survived the Urban Meyer hiring.
I mean, what the hell? Oh, wrecked. Yeah, I like Jerry Jones. God, with this brace. You're kidding me. You're going to do a work for the NFL draft? Come on.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I had this next pick mocked just in the wrong round.
Oh,
okay. This is another one of my guys. This is another one of my guys. No, defensive tackle.
DT. They do need a DT. Who is it going to be? Hold on. Roger checking. Come on, you stupid thing. Come on. Defensive tackle. Can I get it before I hear it announced? McKinley Jackson.
That's my guy.
Aggie going to the Bengals. Perfect. Love it. Gonna watch his ass get wiped out by Zach Frazier all the time. It's gonna be a great time. That is gonna be a good matchup. McKinley Jackson and Zach Frazier.
I love McKinley Jackson. I think I like Zach Frazier too. There's only been a few picks where I think I've said like, oh, I didn't see anything happening here. This is so weird. That's Elijah Jones. Did not expect Elijah Jones at all. Anytime soon.
Yeah, that one.
Who else?
I think I mocked him in the 6th.
Yeah, I did not expect Elijah Jones. Marist Luafau to the Cowboys. That felt really early. That one felt weird. Otherwise, I don't think it's any big surprises. So are you going to put Blake Corum above Trey Benson?
No.
I don't think so either.
I love Josh Jacobs. I love Josh Jacobs. And Josh Jacobs is a guy that gets the ball. You are not going to commercial again.
No, Blake Corum with the Rams. I put Marshawn Lloyd below all those.
You're right.
Blake Corum went to the Rams.
On to the Rams versus Benson to the Cardinals.
Yep.
Ooh.
I think that one's close.
That one is real close. I think for this season, maybe I go Corum, but
I think Trey Benson's more likely to step into a full-time role before Blake Corum. So I think I'd probably keep Trey Benson above Blake Corum. But considering the difference in their drafted, I think they're both being my top like 20 overall players, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
Like I'm taking them over Ricky Pearsall.
Yes.
I'm taking them over A.D. Mitchell.
Have not landed in great spots. So
even though they went 2 rounds later, I think I'll take Blake Corum ahead of all that. So
yeah, I think so too. Yeah, Lloyd too. Man. Tough spot for Lloyd.
It is, but like I said,
which just texted me and said he doesn't like Brooks to Carolina.
Is he a Carolina fan?
No, well, he's a free agent because he was a Raiders fan, but he lived in Oakland and they moved him. So
I don't know. I don't dislike that. I don't think he'll be. I've said I don't think he's probably ready to start the year off with them, but
what do you mean? Sorry about Gallen, Vinny. What happened? Did Gallen get hurt? He didn't get hurt. Please don't tell me that. I'm having such a good night, dude. Did Gallen get hurt or just get destroyed? What happened? I didn't see any of it.
Yeah, no baseball on the stream tonight.
Fuck. Oh man, now I'm like, oh no, Gallen. Gallen was unable. Left the game with an unknown injury.
Ooh.
Here's the full sequence in its entirety. And the Steelers are about to pick here, too. He was pitching to Julio and then got taken out. Oh, my God. Well, I have no idea what it is. All right, don't say anything. Give me Jaden Hicks. Give me TJ Tampa. Give me Jarvis Brownlee. Edge, too. Wouldn't hate Edge. Troy Franklin. Wouldn't hate Troy Franklin.
Defense.
Corner. Brownlee. I don't want to watch this asshole. I don't give a shit about Jim Harbaugh. Let's go. Go away. Rich had to sneak in Jim Harbaugh singing
Hail to the victors. Yeah, I heard. Look at that guy.
Ah, Peyton Wilson. I like it, man.
Yeah.
I like Peyton Wilson. Kiko
like
Alonso's a good comp.
Kiko, yeah, who also got hurt really quick in his career, unfortunately. Yes.
Yes. Well, but he lasted a long time.
He was good. Yeah. Peyton Wilson's really good. He's just really injury prone. Okay.
He feels like a player too. So
he does feel like a Steelers player. So Troy Fautanu, Zach Frazier on the O-line, Roman Wilson to play the slot, and Peyton Wilson for linebacker depth there, I guess.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
So
first 2 days, my friend.
Yeah, slot corner is what's
slot
missing.
Corner.
So slot, like that is a spot on the starting lineup that needs to
Do they have any more extra picks, or is it just 4, 5, 6, and 7?
I don't think they have a 4. Let's see. Oh, they do. They have 119 and they don't have a 5th. That's what it is. So 119 and then 178. So that could be addressed tomorrow. ACC Defensive Player of the Year, by the way.
He's a stud. He's so good when he plays.
God, I'm not seeing any update to Zach Allen at all either.
Can you check and see what picks my Packers currently have?
Yes.
Nice. Another good player here. I like this end.
Let's see. Green Bay has okay, pick 126 in the 4th, picks 168 and 169 in the 5th. That's like in the comp range. 190 in the 6th, 202 in the 6th, 219 in the 6th, 245 and 255 in the 7th. So bunch of picks left.
Yeah.
Brady Cook. I mean, Quinn Ewers.
It's a good pick there, too.
Cam Kitchens. That is a good pick. And it's a pick they needed, too. Their safeties suck. Jair Brown. Another good comp. He's going to play all over the place. Last pick for Washington. They just say, fuck it, and take Troy Franklin. Who cares, right?
Fuck it. What do you have to lose?
Yeah. You need wideouts too if you're gonna run. You're gonna run that system for Kingsbury.
I didn't even think about it, but Verse and Fiske ended up on the same team with the Rams. I never even really put that together until they showed the graphic.
They did, yeah, they did.
That's awesome.
Florida State. Did they not? Why didn't they take Jerry Jones?
I don't know.
They're only taking players from Florida. This is Cam Kitchens.
Ooh, yeah, that's true.
It's not a bad strategy. I'll say that.
As far as states go, that's probably the one you want to target.
Oh, Zach Gallen. I keep going between happy and sad. Oh, man. I'm going to call the hospital. You guys, have you seen Zach Gallen?
I am Zach Gallen's uncle, once removed. Bill Gallen. How is his health?
Bill Gallen. That's right. Bill Gallen here. He'll tell you. We have the same hair. I'll just send a picture of my hair.
That's
See?
Right.
We're clearly related. Why are you so fat?
He's Donna Fonte's gotten younger looking over the years. Maybe it's just that she doesn't look. She's gotten Botox or something. Wow, this one here. Whew.
I haven't seen it yet.
I will not spoil the last one of the night. It's an interesting one.
Okay. This is gonna be Rattler, isn't it?
Nope,
Kingsbury.
not Rattler.
Not Rattler. Okay. Man, Troy Franklin's gonna fall to the 4th round. Really? Surprising. I honestly, and I know this is like a big movement. Don't tell women to smile, but I think they told her to smile.
She looks better doing it.
She does. She looks happier.
She actually enjoys being there.
Luke McCaffrey.
I know.
All right. Not bad. I had him falling, I think, to the 4th or 5th. He's played 8 different positions, right? So, but I mean, look, he's a McCaffrey. We know physically he's definitely there. So, all right, great night. Appreciate everyone sticking around for as long as you did. Thank you, CK, of course. I'll be back bright and early May not be with bells on tomorrow. I'll do the 4th and 5th. And and then I will have rankings up for everybody on Monday for your first year player drafts. I got a draft starting on Monday. The Tags Memorial League, our draft is starting on Monday. That is probably what Tags would have done. Tags obsessed with football. So I like it. I don't like the I don't like doing the draft that early. I like to do it as close to the season as possible, even first year player. I know people are excited. Let us get a little news. Let us settle. Let's get into camp, something like that. I want to wait.
I like mini camp.
Look, I understand not being able to contain yourself. If anybody does, I do. So that is going to wrap it up for us. We will, CK will not be here tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow. Be sure to follow CK at COPIEPS on the Twitter machine. Check out all of his stuff at Fantasy Six Pack and at Fantasy Pros. And we will see you guys tomorrow. Take it easy, everybody.